I'd like to call our meeting to order. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection on our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. And Mr. Kelly, could you conduct the roll call, please?
Absolutely, Warden. Good morning. Councillor Bennett.
Here.
Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster. Present. Councillor Doncaster is virtual and he signals he's present. Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills. Councillor Yon. Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Here.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
And Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Warden, you have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on. And with that, could I have a motion to adopt the minutes of the January 24th and 25th meeting, as well as the January 31st meeting? Motion from the member from North Algonquin Wilberforce, second by the member Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Members of County Council, during the month of February, I attended 26 meetings on county business. Chair Ann Giardini, CEO Craig Kelly, and myself conducted interviews for the Director of Community Services, and we are happy to announce that Andrea Patrick has accepted the position after being in the acting role for over a month. On February 2nd, CEO Kelly and I met with local publishers from the Valley Gazette, North Renfrew Times, and the Eganville Leader to listen to their concerns regarding advertising and publishing. They spoke of the increased costs associated with running the local newspapers and competing with online newspaper versions. CEO Kelly and I met with Miramichi Lodge Auxiliary to discuss a location for them to use, as the room they had been using previously was only provided temporarily. We were extremely impressed with their volunteer success and their fundraising in the past, along with their enthusiasm to continue volunteering. On behalf of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I was at Queen's Park to meet with the Director of Policy within the Premier's office, with Minister Lisa Thompson, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and Minister Kinga Surma, Minister of Infrastructure, to discuss the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 7-in-7 Regional Housing Plan. Mayor Gervais and I met with staff at Algonquin College, Pembroke Waterfront Campus to discuss the province's announcement regarding capping the enrollment of international students and what the impact would be on the college and our community. On February 22nd, it was my pleasure with Councillor Michael Donoghue and CAO Craig Kelly, as well as Director Mike Blackmore, to welcome the 4 new international personal support work recruits at Bonshire Manor. Fleury Deshim of Burundi, Akila Washe, and Linda Samuel Ush of Nigeria, and Mavis Kisi from Guyana joined us. I participated in a fireside chat at the Ottawa Valley Business Summit held by the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce. Topics included an overview of County Council on how it relates to local municipalities in the province, an update on the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center and the continuance of their success and ongoing development, the county role in the local economy, understanding the labor shortages, how to attract new residents to the area, and continuing to make Renfrew County an attractive and welcoming community, as well as what partnerships can be gained through the private sector and not-for-profit agencies. On February 26th, along with MPP John Yakubuski, CAO Kelly, and Director Lee Perkins, attended a post-Roma conference meeting with the Minister of Infrastructure, Parliamentary Assistant Armat Sandhu, to further discuss the implementation of a consistent provincial mandated pavement condition index, PCI process, and also the expansion of Highway 417, including alternative solutions. I would like to thank Deputy Warden Dan Lynch and the Community Services Department for attending the coldest night of the year walk, hosted by The Grind. County Council and staff have supported this fundraising initiative organized by the Community Services Department over the past few weeks. Thank you. I've continued to chair the Warming Center meetings, supported by Clerk Gwen Dombrowski, CAO Craig Kelly, now Director Patrick, and Chief Nolan. A report about the progress is forthcoming. I was invited to participate in a United Way of Eastern Ontario panel on rural Ontario economic development and opportunities. I spoke about municipal sustainability challenges and the results of many years of provincial downloading. I attended the short-term accommodations meeting arranged by Laurentian Valley with politicians and staff, including CAO Kelly, Director Jason Davis, and Manager Melissa Marquardt, to discuss the issues and concerns with short-term rentals. It was a fulsome discussion, and a report will be coming in the future. This past Sunday, I attended the book launch of Jamie Brandberger's new book, Sudden Impact, The Almont Train Wreck of 1942. It's a well-researched novel of the horrific events in our neighboring community. The Ottawa Valley Tourist Association has launched the 2024 Tourism Awards, which recognize and honor tourism champions across the Ottawa Valley. The Ottawa Valley Tourism Awards are presented annually by the OVTA to individuals, businesses, and events that recognize the importance of working together for the growth of the local tourism industry, as well as offering exceptional visitor experiences. Award nominations are now being accepted in the following categories: Tourism Champion, Business/Organization of the Year, Event of the Year, Sustainability Champion, Tourism Marketing, and New Tourism Product. The nomination deadline is March 25th, 2024. I will be a member of the judging panel. The awards will be presented during the OVTA's annual general meeting and tourism conference on April 16th in Renfrew. There is a poster on your desks, which we would ask you to display at your municipal offices to encourage people to nominate deserving individuals, businesses, and events in their communities. On behalf of Council, I wish to express our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and our entire community on the passing of Glenn Arthur, who passed away on February 16, 2024. Glenn spent 35 years leading Arm Prior's Recreation Department and was integral in bringing in and running many youth sports programs, seniors activities, sports festivals, and facilities in the Arm Prior area. He continued being a volunteer in the community after his retirement and received Arm Prior's Volunteer of the Year in 2023. Glenn was a key player in the origins of planning the 2023 Ontario Winter Games, and he stepped in at the last moment to assist us with an event in Arm Prior during the Ontario Winter Games. Thank you for showing your support on Pink Shirt Day, also known as Anti-Bullying Day, by wearing pink and for your continued respect towards each other in the chambers. Your actions set a positive example for our community and promote a culture of kindness and inclusivity. We appreciate your dedication to creating a safe and respectful environment for all. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, and share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And we'll move to delegations, and I'll ask the member from Whitewater Region to introduce our Medical Officer of Health.
Thank you, Warden. And as Dr. Morgenstein makes his way up to the front, I know they're deep in discussion, but so the presentation that you're going to get today from Dr. Morgenstein stems from a provincial initiative that was launched this past fall, where they've asked the health units, the 34 health units across the province, to consider voluntary mergers. And they financially incentivized the voluntary mergers, with the status quo being nothing, the same. Now, what Dr. Morgenstein did is he meets with the mayors monthly and had an opportunity to present to the mayors that were able to be present at the last health unit mayors meeting. Unfortunately, not all members of Renfrew County were able to be present. So as a result, during our health committee meeting just recently, we asked the warden for permission to invite Dr. Morgenstein here to be able to address all member municipalities of Renfrew County and be able to speak to the initiative that the province has asked our health unit to consider and some of the options that the health unit may be considering at this point in time. So with that, on behalf of County Council, Dr. Morgenstein, I'd like to welcome you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor Nicholson. So, and thanks everyone here for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you about this initiative. So, it all started basically in August last year when Minister Sylvia Jones made an announcement about their Strengthening Public Health initiative, and of that there were 3 prongs. The one that I'm going to talk about today is their voluntary merger initiative. So what it entailed basically is 3 years of funding support that would come with this initiative for those public health units that decided to engage in a merger. It include funding for feasibility studies of mergers, as well as implementation of the merger itself, so funding for that. And then additionally, what they would call stabilization funding, so to help enhance and maintain programs and services during the course of time that any mergers would be taking place. They also strongly encouraged smaller public health units to seriously consider the initiative and potentially engaging in a merger. So it did take a few months for them to release more detailed criteria and objectives, but we did get those. And so the main goals that they outlined, so there's 3 of them. The first is what they're calling enhancing public health capacity and critical mass, enhancing our ability to improve recruitment and retention in public health units, and then also improving alignment where applicable in certain places with other partners, and reducing duplication in public health units by having fewer public health agencies. Drilling down just a little bit more in terms of their key objectives, they did specifically speak to a population target of 500,000, but they've acknowledged that geography plays a role, and so it may not make sense in every area to have such a population number, and really to more move closer to that. In terms of greater critical mass and capacity, some of the examples of what they might be speaking to there include having more public health nurses and public health inspectors in a larger agency that would enhance surge capacity and ability to respond to emergencies, having a strengthened corporate services unit, including information technology and other things like that, and then other foundational public health services, so like program planning, epidemiology, so taking and analyzing population health data and communicating back on that, and then also general communications, potential to have a greater communications teams and the possibility of economies of scale in our health promotion activities, for example. They also spoke to having more cross coverage across all positions, so just having backup, and then the potential for more specialization and career progression across the different public health unit professions. What they did note is that they wanted to retain local service delivery and avoid any frontline job losses. And they've also said that their goal is not to be cost saving, and that if there were any cost savings realized in mergers, that those would be retained by the public health units to use how they see fit. So with that background out of the way, where we are at right now. So Renfrew County District Health Unit, as you know, serves a population of 107,522 people across the county of Renfrew, the township of South Algonquin, the city of Pembroke, and most of Algonquin Park. And it's one of the 15,000 square kilometers, and it's the largest public health unit geographically in Southern Ontario. But however, in this context of strong encouragement from the province for looking at this, and as well as the funding picture and availability of funding only for those public health units that pursue the merger to enhance, both for the implementation, but also to enhance programming, and the potential to enhance capacity and effectiveness, it was decided to keep an open mind and to keep our options open. And so there's been at least some consideration of a potential merger with every bordering public health unit, and that's included meetings with the North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit, which is to our west, as well as with Ottawa Public Health, and then with our Eastern Region colleagues in Leeds-Granville-Lanark District Health Unit, the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, Kingston, Frontenac, Lennox-Annington Public Health, and Hastings Prince Edward Public Health. So there have been meetings with those entities, and at the end of November, our board did pass a motion supporting that we apply for provincial funding to do some feasibility studies of potential merger options. So at this time, we're assessing the benefits, potential benefits, risks, and local impacts if there was to be a merger. We did hire Dr. Ian Gemmell to act as a consultant for us, and some of you may be familiar with him. He actually, when Dr. Cushman retired as Medical Officer of Health, he was here for 4 months as our acting Medical Officer of Health before I came on board. And then he also has an extensive career as a public health physician, having worked as a Medical Officer of Health for 20 years prior to that, and more in other capacities even before that. So we brought him on to help us in the analysis of the options. And then we're also participating in 2 feasibility studies. And these are being done by a company called Sense & New. And they're the same company that's done a number of other such studies with other public health units in the last 5 to 10 years. So they have a lot of experience in the area. So the first study that we're involved in is with North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit. And then the other study is being led by the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, and we're participating in it. And then Leeds-Granville-Lanark District Health Unit has also been asked and is participating in that study. In terms of our other neighbors, just to give you a little more background, Ottawa Public Health did pass a motion saying that they would prefer to maintain their current governance structure and geographic boundaries, so we have not engaged in further discussions with them. And then it's also important to note that Leeds-Granville-Lanark, Hastings Prince Edward, and Kingston Frontenac Lennox-Addington have limited interest in other mergers, and they've really focused primarily at this point anyway in a merger of the 3 of those health units. Some other recent activities, as mentioned, there was an update at the mayor's meeting. We also released a media release to the public for an initial update on the status with mergers. And then our board also last week met with the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Kieran Moore, to hear more directly from him about the initiative and where he sees this going, and to ask questions about any implications for our CDHU. In terms of next steps, so any public health unit that does want to move further in this process, they have to submit a business case to the province by April 2nd. Before that would happen, we still need to receive all of the feasibility studies. The board needs to review them and determine whether it makes any sense to proceed and to go to next steps. I can tell you there's a very cautious, extremely cautious approach being taken. There would have to be, for any further consideration, a clear enhancement of local programming and services. And there would also have to be preservation of local and rural prioritization and influence, and protection of local jobs and offices. So if the board did decide to submit a business case, it would only be an intent There would be many conditions attached and further details to be worked out. There would have to be extensive community consultation to ensure that any proposal is in alignment. There'd have to be also acceptable arrangements in terms of the governance and leadership structure, and there would have to be adequate funding and approval ultimately from the province to support it. So just in summary, we do want to take any opportunity to take a look at ways to potentially strengthen our capacity and our local service delivery. But I think what's going to happen is ensuring that services would actually be improved and local service delivery is maintained is going to be a key focus as the board is reviewing these study results. And with the different groupings, all involved boards of health have to independently review the study results and independently decide whether they would like to proceed further. So we'll have more information for you once we've reviewed the studies and there's been a decision made on next steps in early to mid-March. And there's a lot more to come, and there would be a lot more engagement if that was the case. And just for your background as well, the planned implementation date for the mergers that do go forward is for January of 2025. So thanks for the opportunity to speak, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And are there any questions from the floor? The member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And through you, thank you so very much to Dr. Morgenstern for the presentation this morning. I'm not sure if this has been eternal, a discussion such as this with public health. It certainly was a part of my term on the Board of Health for Renfrew County District from 2015 right through to the end of 2022. And I do know that there was some substantial discussions of mergers, restructuring, right back to the turn of the century. There were a couple of issues early in the aughts, the unfortunate tragedy of Walkerton, followed subsequently by SARS, which certainly foreshadowed, though it was on a much lower scale, smaller scale, COVID, both of which led to a great deal of review. There was a capacity review committee, I think, in 2006. Then stepping forward quite a piece in 2018, there was an expert advisory panel. I know that Warden Emo, you will have crossed paths with Mayor McNamara from Windsor, Essex, who I think was a party to that expert panel in 2018. Nothing came of that. Ultimately, then there was a revival after the election of 2018. There has been substantial redevelopment, reorganization of health broadly. We have seen that in the conversion from LHINs to the Ontario Health Team model. But there was also a pretty significant undertaking. It was led at that time by Mr. Jim Pine, the then CAO of Hastings County, in reviewing both public health and the paramedic services right across the province. And I don't know if it was ever official, but 5 and 10 seemed to be numbers that held a particular attraction. So we've been talking about amalgamations and mergers in public health for quite some time. Because it has kind of been the subtext in my entire time on the board, I'm always eager and keen to deliver better public health services to our community. I am always very cautious that the local is not subsumed into the more efficient. Efficiency is a very dangerous word. One must be careful how one defines efficiency. And my concern is always that we would sacrifice a lot more of that local input if we move to these larger organizations. And I think that COVID reinforced that concern for me. I know as we mounted up the response to COVID, there isn't a health unit in the Western world that has the capacity to deal with a global pandemic. It took all hands on deck, and I know that we had staff in my municipality in the initial stages of the vaccine rollout that were taking calls and setting up appointments, and that's actually when the engagement with the medical officer of health, with then Dr. Cushman, with those at that time weekly, maybe even semi-weekly, of conferences with the heads of council and staff of the lower tiers, and that was integral. And I think it probably reinforced for the general public that public health unto itself is almost a vaccine. It is most effective when it is not obvious at all. The unfortunate thing is when it is most effective, it is also most invisible. This is my largest concern all the time in these talks, that has to be prioritized, in that local component does not become subsumed in that move towards more capacity and more efficiency, however that might be defined. So I certainly am intrigued at this process. I guess if I'm to distill this, Mr. Warden, to one question is, this is voluntary, but I'm kind of curious. It almost strikes me that the public health units may have stood up to stretch their legs a little bit and found that it was a game of musical chairs that was going on. And at some point the music is going to stop, and there are going to be health units that do not have a chair left. That is also a concern of mine. So I'm wondering if you can speak to the environment across the province when you said that a neighboring municipality that have already engaged in conversations and seem less inclined to have us in their particular sandbox.
Yeah, so I think that, certainly I think there's two components to your question about the voluntary nature of it. And so I think that to speak to that, the province has clarified that it is a voluntary merger process. However, I think you gave an excellent summary of the history. So going back to the Capacity Review Committee in 2006, there were recommendations for public health units to consider mergers at that point. So this has been a sort of perennial discussion. We had it, as you said, before COVID. At that time, it was not remotely voluntary. There was a consultation process, but as you said, they were kind of looking at perhaps 10 public health units. So there is a concern going forward that this is going to keep coming up, and perhaps at least in this instance, there's a bit more control that the health units have, and so that is a concern. There's also the concern with the funding constraints that are existing for those health units that don't proceed further. In terms of the musical chairs analogy, I think that the talks that we are engaged in are very fruitful and legitimate, and certainly I think that if the board desired to pursue a merger, there are willing partners right now that we have, and we could pursue that. It's complex, the reasons why different health units have chosen to go the ways that they have, but we certainly have a number of partners that would very much like to engage with us and are very interested in a partnership with RCDHU.
Thank you. And member from Bone Shire Valley, please.
And I know everybody on the board and Dr. Morgenstern are shuddering when I put my hand up. I'm sure you and Dr. Gemmell have had your fill of me this week. So as a board member, and I'll be very careful because we have been in and out of closed because of negotiation, I have yet to hear the why. And if it's not about the province saving money, why is it good for our CDHU to merge with anybody? And I have yet to hear a decisive answer to that from the consultants or anybody else. It does seem that we are the belle of the ball and people want to merge with us, which also begs the question why. I think that if we don't merge, what the province has said is, if you merge, here's some money. If you don't merge, there's no money, which is punitive in my opinion. I also think with the millions of dollars that it will cost to merge, when you're talking about things as far as infrastructure even, why are those monies not being reinvested into our healthcare system, especially public health, where we know that even in our own health unit, we are down staff members that we could definitely need. I said this to you the other day, Dr. Morgenstern, that you could use all the resources you can get within our CDHU, not as far away as North Bay Parry Sound. So I have some grave concerns about any merger. I have yet to be convinced of the mergers. From what we've heard so far, I did say I would keep an open mind until, such point as we have the opportunity to suss out all the speed dating that we're going through. But I do think that, especially those of us that sit on our CDHU that were elected by the people of Renfrew County, and those that are provincial appointees, because they are also answering to the taxpayer. I want to know what it means for the people of Renfrew County and district, how they're going to come out of this with no limitations to the incredible work that we've seen our CDHU, not only during the pandemic, but also during the floods of 2017 and 2019, and in fact the tornado in 2018 and the tornadoes before that that wreaked havoc in Greater Madawaska. I think that when there is a need, as we've seen with our CVTAC, that we've seen with community paramedicine, that we've seen with our community and corporate services departments. I just think that when we're faced with something, we come to the party, we figure out how to do it. And I have grave concerns about how this is going to impact. And I know that there wasn't a question in there. I was just looking for you to nod at me, which you've been doing for the last month, where it's like, oh God, Murphy's talking again. I think I warned everybody in every meeting I've been in that I am going to come out and be very public about how I feel about this, because quite frankly, I think this could be, I'm not saying it is, but it could be a disservice to the people that we sit in this very room to protect. And that will be my final word, except for the money, which really, really, really drives me insane, because we know that if you don't invest those monies into public health, then invest them in our paramedic service, invest them in mental health support, invest them in warming centers and shelters, invest them somewhere except for consultants and this zany notion that we can't do things on our own. Thank you, Warden.
So thank you as the messenger. Just keep ducking. And if there's anything you want to add, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I would like to echo a lot of your sentiments. I think that, and Mayor Donahue, you brought this up as well. So, I think the maintaining local relationships is essential. That's how we're effective. And I wasn't here during the pandemic, but I understand how amazing the community came together and how much that really led to an effective pandemic response, and where you could see that the case incidence here, especially for the first half of the pandemic, was much lower than in other places. And I'm sure that was in large part due to those collaborations with the county, with municipalities, with the hospitals, with primary care, with EMS. And so I think that we would be remiss to forget about that. And I think that is essential. It's what makes public health work, is by working together. We have to be in partnerships. And so I 100% agree. And I think that if a merger was to jeopardize that in any way, it wouldn't be a viable option for our CDHU. So thanks for raising that. And I'm also sympathetic to and understand the idea of investing directly in services. We certainly could use the funding directly just to bolster our public health services, so we can do more work in prevention and health promotion, health protection, just help our residents be healthier. But I mean, this is the policy landscape that we're faced with, and the province wants to focus on mergers. So that's the decision before us. But I 100% agree that we could use more funding in direct services. So.
Thank you. And the member from Laurentian Valley, please.
Thank you, Dr. Morgenstern. Overall, I appreciate what our colleagues have said to you. And one other comment that I'd like to make is that years ago, they forced amalgamation. We had 37 municipalities here. We're now down to, I guess, 17. And some of those relationships through administration took more than a year to work out after. And I think we need to be cognizant that you mentioned Leeds and Grenville and North Bay. The distance is that much greater. I don't see it being that much easier than the abutting municipalities here that we're trying to work it through. So I just pass that on for comment. Thank you.
Please.
Thanks for that comment. Yeah, I think it's if you don't remember history, you're doomed to repeat it. So I think that the comparison with what's happened with municipal amalgamations in the 90s and such is essential, and we've been studying that as well to try to learn what we can from it. The distances are vast that we're talking about. I think some of the technological advances we've had, especially since COVID, could help enable a little more communication, but definitely it would take time and be very difficult, and also probably take a lot more than a year. So at least, the province has acknowledged that with the 3-year funding scope, so acknowledging it's going to take 3 years at least to see some of that through. But thanks for the comment.
Is there anybody else? So with that, I would just add, the board has been quite active in asking questions. When we met with Perry Sound the other day, we had a lot of questions for them about their governance and their service delivery. And we have received the study and are reviewing it. When we met with Dr. Moore, again, we expressed our concerns about distance, funding, and he was quite clear that the funding only existed if you merged. Otherwise, health units across the province that didn't merge would get 1%, which I think when you talk about history, the province has a bad habit of sometimes, rather than killing something, letting it slowly die by not giving enough money, and so that we don't want to see that happen. And I think the most unfortunate piece was when we asked about what are the metrics to measure what's going to be successful, and we were told they don't know them yet. In essence, they said they don't know them yet, and they'll know them when they get all the submissions. So that's a little worrisome that there's no measurement of what could be successful or what their expectations are. So it's going to be an interesting process. Thank you very much for your leadership. You're providing lots of information and answering our questions with grace and information at the same time. So we certainly appreciate that.
My pleasure. Thank you, Warden Iman. Thanks everyone for having me here today. Yeah.
And now, Mr. Davis, you'll introduce our next delegation, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Councillors. I'm pleased to have virtually here Mr. Ian Duff from McSweeney and Associates to review our economic development and strategic plan. We hired McSweeney and Associates late last year in partnership with CFDC, and Ian will provide a brief overview. And just while he's spinning up his presentation, one of the comments I'd like to make during the stakeholder meetings during this the creation of this plan, a number of stakeholders talk about the issues we're facing currently on outside the ECDEV world, which is housing, whether it's attainable or affordable, also childcare. These are the big ticket items, even though currently it's kind of outside our bailiwick or our portfolio of economic development, but kind of keep that in mind as we move forward. We do know through CAO Kelly, during looking at Loyalist Township, ECDEV people, they are moving towards housing initiatives when they have big battery plants coming to their environment. So we're not quite there yet, but I'm pleased to introduce Ian. So Ian, through you, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the intro. Before I start, I just want to say thank you for having us back. We've been working with your ECDEV folks for quite some time. The strategic plan we're going to go through today, I just want to be right up front. It's a very unique process that we went through. We've worked closely with not just the county, but also the CFDC. So this is a joint Just one sec, sorry. This is a joint initiative that we went through in terms of process, but the end result is clearly something that's county driven. And when I get to the crux of the presentation, the plan that you have was really written by not just us, but your staff and your stakeholders as well. So some people ask off the top, why a plan? Why do we need to do this? Well, there's a bunch of reasons you want to consider strategic planning. One of them is that it allows you to be proactive. Specifically with economic development, there's a lot of things happening all the time. So if you can map out what you want to do and what you need to do, it allows you to be proactive and less reactive to the situations that come along. It allows you to address your future priorities and really focus on the things that are important, not just to you, but to other members of the business community and the community. It helps you with your planning efforts, but the big one, and it really came out in the process, it allows the county to maintain that leadership role in economic development. You're doing a lot of things, right, but it really helps you, to step up and be a leader. And that's really what's important with economic development. You need to lead and help others understand what's important, and this is a role that the county can definitely continue playing. The plan that you have in front of you is a 3-year timeline, and it definitely positions the county as being a leader in economic development. So when you look at your sort of those people that you work with, those communities that you work with, there are your municipal partners, the City of Pembroke, there's your First Nations communities as well. But really what you're doing is trying to connect the dots and trying to work together with all the different people that are involved in economic development. And it was alluded to that housing is becoming now part of the ACTEV conversation. Community development is becoming very closely linked with economic development. So those things are starting to bubble up to the surface. So when you start talking about that, you're looking then at not-for-profits, different community groups. It gets fairly large. For what we're focusing on with this plan, it's really what you see in front of you. It's your member municipalities, also with your First Nations neighbors. So the key priorities that came out of the consultation piece and that came out of the planning itself, you're still heavily focused on business investment, retention, and attraction. You still want to help and support small businesses and entrepreneurs, and you really want to prop up and continue to support tourism. In terms of the process that we went through, and again, it was a little unique, and I'll speak to it in a minute. The project was conceived by your ACTEV folks and the CFDC. It was a partnership in terms of developing the process. So when we went out to consult with the public and your business stakeholders, we were wearing the two hats of both the county and the CFDC, and which was a great way to do it because we don't have to go back then and ask people the same question twice. We're often dealing with the same stakeholders, the same people within the community, so it helped that you aligned with the CFDC. And I will tip my hat to your ACTEV folks for thinking about this. This is the only project that we've been involved with where the CFDC and any level of government, whether municipal or county, came together to develop a plan. And we work all across Canada. We've developed hundreds and hundreds of plans for a lot of communities, and this is the first one where the CFDC is aligned with a county, and it was a very positive experience. It was a great way to connect what your federal partner is doing with what the county is doing, and it was really a neat way to see sort of the whole, I hate the word, but the whole ecosystem of economic development, how things fit into place. In terms of a process, we went through 4 steps, and I'll go through the steps with you. So the first step was really just to understand what the county looked like on paper. So we reviewed a lot of your strategic documents. We looked at some numbers. We really found out, what's important to the county in terms of on the books. What's important right now from a statistical perspective? What do you look like? That kind of stuff. So it was a paper exercise, but it really helped us with our discussions when we got out into the community to find out, okay, is what the county is currently doing aligning with what's important to people? Do the numbers match what people are saying? So this was a very useful exercise for us. Then we went out to the community and we talked to the community. We engaged through online surveys, through one-on-one interviews, and we came up and had some focus groups within the county one day. And then we started building the plan. And this is the part where it gets fun for us anyway. I'm not sure if Melissa and her team would agree because we pushed them in many different directions, but we love the conversation. So this was a great day for us. We came up and we went through a working session with all of your ECDEV staff. And the reason why we do this, we can project an unbiased commentary into what we've heard, what we've seen, what we've researched, what we've uncovered. And we can have a really good heart-to-heart with your ECDEV staff, the people that are on the ground doing this, just to make sure that what we're hearing aligns with what they're hearing. And it was a wonderful conversation. We talked about a lot of different things that day, right from community development to housing to hardcore ECDEV stuff. And it was just to make sure that what's in this plan is realistic, if the county can do it, and if it aligns with those themes and those topics that are out there in the public. And I have to say, it was a great conversation. It was a great day. We pulled together some really good stuff, and we had a very fruitful strategic planning session. And we walked away with a plan. We walked away with a set of actions. We walked away with well, your strategic plan that you have in front of you. So some of the key priorities and the two things that are really important at the county level: talent, labor, people. Though that's the one thing that's really percolating to the top. And unfortunately, it's not just for the county anymore. This is something that's across the country. The race for talent and certain types of talent, the race to retain and attract people to your communities, it's the top of mind. The part that a lot of people lose sight of, communities, you can have the best infrastructure in the world. You can have, all the great assets, but if you don't have people, you don't have a community. And really, within the ECDEV world, you need people to drive your economy. You need people to support businesses, to be the horsepower within those businesses. So the current labor shortage that's out there is real. There's a lot of people working on it within the county. And I don't mean just the county proper. I'm talking about the different agencies and groups within the county. But everyone's talking about it, whether it's, we just talked about healthcare. Well, healthcare really affects your ability to attract and retain people in your region. So talent and attracting talent is a priority. And the other one that came out very clear, and I always tiptoe around this one a little bit. I'm from the area, just so we're all clear. I grew up in the Valley. I still have strong roots in the Valley, so this project was close to my heart. The whole notion about collaboration is something that's always been a struggle through a lot of small communities. Everyone's very competitive. Competition is good, collaboration is better. And the one thing that I often like to sort of use as an example, everyone's very familiar with small town hockey. You've got Eganville playing Renfrew, you got Renfrew playing Arnprior, you've got Beachburg and Barry's Bay playing, and you've got Pembroke, and everyone just plays against each other. And as a youth, you're competitive. So you want to beat Renfrew, you want to beat. I grew up in Pembroke, so you want to beat Arnprior, you want to beat Renfrew. You're competitive and always trying to beat your neighbor. Well, often that mindset, that mentality, you grow up with it. And sometimes it's hard for some people to collaborate and cooperate with their municipal partner as opposed to compete. When it comes to ECDEV, collaboration is the way to go. Any investment that lands within the county, doesn't matter which municipality is in, is good for the county. And that's a message that has to really keep, being repeated over and over again. Collaboration, cooperation, working together, sharing resources when it comes to ECDEV is a big deal. And that's where you're going to find the most success. For the whole notion around continuing to build on regional collaboration, that's another major message or theme that came out within the planning exercise. So in terms of your actual, what's in the plan, what does it focus on? It really focuses on three main things. It focuses on business investment retention. It focuses on becoming investment ready. And then it looks at some tourism stuff. So the notion behind business investment retention and expansion, it's very important that you focus on your existing business community. It's about working together. It's about working that in developing that cohesiveness, not just between the county and its partners, but also between businesses and businesses within the county. It's really about working with your municipal partners, so the OVED folks, just to help them understand what they have and what it takes to really support the notion of attracting businesses and attracting investment to the region. It's about understanding your land supply, the data you have, the different types of sectors that you want to focus on. It's really about working together to build that collaboration. It's also about becoming investment ready. And this is the notion that this is base economic development 101. But a lot of it really stems back to working together for the same common goals with respect to economic development, making sure you have the proper tools in place so that everyone can have the best opportunity to attract and retain investment in the region. So there's some steps there and some actions there that the county can undertake that doesn't just help the county, but it also helps your municipal partners as well and the other ECDEV partners that you have at the table. Small business and entrepreneurship, that's the backbone of every economy in Canada. And not to lose sight of that, it's really working to support and help those entrepreneurs that you have. It talks about working with your First Nations neighbors and making sure that they have enough support that they need. And if they don't need it, then, just let them do their thing, but be there to support them, be there to help them, and make sure that they have the tools and the equipment and the resources that they need to help drive entrepreneurship. It's about making sure that people know that you do have a valuable resource in the Enterprise Renfrew County office and the services that they provide. And it's also about trying to find a sustainable model to make sure that you've got that entity in place for the future. And the last one, we're talking about tourism. So tourism, as everyone knows, it brings a lot of people into the county, into the region. And so one of the things that really, it's spreading across the country is how do you help finance some of the infrastructure, some of the pieces that we need to support the communities that welcome tourists. So it's about looking at continuing to explore, the notion of a municipal accommodations tax. It's also about helping those tourism owners that are looking to transition out, retire, move on to something else. It's about succession planning and helping them, make sure that the business that they've developed can move on to another operator, another owner, so it doesn't die and it doesn't leave the county. And then the last one is really about, making sure that the attention is being paid to those opportunities within tourism and helping, find investment, find new ways to drive new businesses within the tourism sector. So in a nutshell, that's your strategy, that's your plan. And I want to reiterate, it was a great process to go through because not only could we talk to your community and your stakeholders from a county perspective, but we could also bring in other perspectives from the other partners at the table. And I do want to tip my hat to Jason and Melissa and the rest of your team. You pushed us and you challenged us, and we were able to push you and challenge you to make sure that what's in your plan is real, and it's real and it's doable, and it lays out the foundation so that the county can keep building on your ECDEV success. That's all that I have. So thank you, and any questions?
Thank you very much for a very informative presentation, and I like how it's laid out. It's concise, and you're able to take a look at it and understand it. So thank you for that. Sometimes strategic plans end up being very thick with lots of little boxes and graphics, and it gets confusing. So with that, are there any questions or comments? The member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden, and really appreciate this this presentation. I'm becoming more and more interested in economic development as I begin to understand my role more. And I know this is dangerous territory because this is kind of our background for the CAO as well. So I'm going to throw some stuff out there and just look for feedback. The first one is just the two priorities that were mentioned in the presentation, attracting people. I'd like to talk about that more when I talk within Whitewater Region as an example, and I just use it as an example for us. Agriculture is a huge employer for us. And then we have two very significant businesses, both of which are understaffed because of lack of people and access to people, and not specifically skilled, not specific skills, just people willing to work for, very good wages with good benefits, yet still unable to fill the positions. Can we speak more to how or what we can do as the Renfrew County specific to that first priority?
Mr. Davis, and then maybe Ms. Marquardt.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So again, my preamble talked about the challenges we're facing for housing and for people, and for us as economic development team, and what Mr. Duff was talking about is a challenge for us to address this specifically. What we can do is we can promote the county, we can work with our colleges and universities, the close by universities, to attract people here. But it's for us as an economic development team very much a challenge. And if I could, Warden, I'd just like to pass it off to Melissa, if that's possible.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and through your Warden to Council. Good morning, everybody. So one of the, to build on what Jason said, this is something that we'll be working in collaboration with a number of our community partners to address this. But one thing that we haven't identified is there's still an implementation plan that needs to be developed as part of this strategic plan that gets down into the weeds of the who and the what and all the goals and objectives to meeting these strategic priorities. So that piece we are working on internally as staff right now, but that will include initiatives, like Jason said, working with some of our community partners, as well as building on our current workforce attraction program that we have going right now.
Supplementary?
Thanks, Warden. I'll defer to Mayor from Bonnechere Valley.
Thank you, just because I wanted to follow up on the question you stole from me. Thank you, Warden. Further to Melissa's comments, this was absolutely the road I was going down. We are in such a tough spot for human resources right now. And it doesn't matter how much you pay or how much you offer. It just seems that we're going down a path where we can't recruit. But I did note, I think last week, that Algonquin College is doing a lot of recruitment right now for sort of every industry. So I'm hopeful for that. But you hit the nail on the head. It's not even necessarily skilled labor. We need people just to come and work, because we can't run businesses without staff. So yeah, you took that right out of my brain, but thank you. But I think, yes, if there's an implementation strategy, then I'll look forward to that, because it's getting worse and worse and worse out there. And again, doesn't matter what the pay grid is. Thank you. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you. And prior to turning to the CAO, this has been to the member from Whitewater, this has been a question I think we've kicked around here for 3 or 4 years. Had some tentative conversations with other partners in the community who I felt should pony up to help promote the area. At one point, there were efforts made to engage people, other associations, and specifically some of the real estate industry, about advertising how inexpensive our communities were, how safe they were, what good facilities we had, and do comparisons with larger urban centers outside of our county, but could never find any traction about getting partners. So hopefully this time around there can be some partners to work together with a recruiting strategy. The notes in the strategic plan that talk about succession planning in the tourism industry, we also have talked about that for a number of years around some of our other small businesses, because if you lose a plumber in Greater Madawaska, you live in Greater Madawaska, and they have to come from Pembroke, it suddenly becomes extremely expensive. So those are the kinds of things, and some of the smaller smaller accommodations like the 12 cottages or 6 cottages or 8 cottages. What happens when that person decides they want to move on, and so we don't want to lose those experiences for people. So I'm really glad to see those things included in the plan, because those are the questions I think we've all kicked around without any success in the last little while. So Mr. Kelly?
Surprise, surprise. Yeah, I'm not sure what more I can add. As Councillor Nicholson may have suggested, I used to be an economic developer, but once an economic developer, also an economic developer. Yeah, we're in a battle with and the labor force, I think, and we're no different than, as Jason mentioned, Loyalist Township is hiring something like 600 people for their new battery plant or plus. St. Thomas is somewhere, Ian might have the number, something like 1,200, 1,300, 1,500 people or something down in St. Thomas. Those municipalities are actually buying lands to build houses for the companies, and they're creating company towns, much like Chalk River did back in the day, and to a lesser extent Garrison Petawawa. We're fighting a battle now that we may not have experienced in the last several decades in Renfrew County, where it is becoming, the housing prices are becoming unaffordable for those positions that are at or below the median level of income, right? I mean, if I look at some of the jobs who are paying just, I'll say, good wages, but average wages, the mills, the service industry, in trades, that again, you know, when the average house prices are starting to creep up, some of them are seeing $400,000, $300,000. That's out of the range of the normal couple buying a house. So that's on that scale. On the other side of things is the retirement. The gray wave is happening. So in getting those replacement workers for those at CNL the professional levels, the certified levels, or those with greater certifications, they come with a spouse and a family, and that spousal employment has always been a large issue for us here too. So it's no different. We're really no different than many other municipalities across Ontario, across Canada. It's just a matter of familiarizing, I think, those people that are looking for positions out of the cities to our area. Drive around, look who's investing in our companies right now, in our small businesses. A lot of folks are I'll say, unfamiliar faces to the area. There are people who are investing from Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, who have found a life or are finding a new life here in the county, and I think our folks are doing a great job in suggesting we have a better lifestyle than everybody else who has trees and canoes and rivers and everything else, right? I mean, that's what we sell, is our lifestyle. And I think if we continue down that path and stick with a great course of action to suggest that we are a better place than those other places to do it because of our lower costs of living and cost of entry, then that's what we'll keep going on that same path.
Thank you. Ms. Marquardt, anything to add? Mr. Duff? Okay, and next I'll go to the member from Arnprior, and then from Laurentian Hills, no, sorry, Whitewater. Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on this economic development with the people coming looking for jobs, we have 2 companies in Arnprior that have brought immigrants' families, and they provided the housing and whatnot for them. So we've got 2 businesses that have got 20 and I think 22 in the families that are now employed, now have a house, and they're living in Arnprior. So they must be doing something right. But we can pass that on to Melissa at the end of the day. Thanks.
Thank you. And Whitewater, please. And then Mr. Bromley.
Thanks, Warden. And I appreciate all that feedback. That's excellent. And I'm glad to hear the implementation plan. I would encourage that we also ensure we don't lose the agricultural component of that ECDEV. It's significant for a number of our municipalities. So I know it's its own beast. So if it can just be kept on the edge of the table, please. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was just, and I noticed in our tourism section of the presentation by Mr. Duff, it spoke a lot to businesses. We have a significant portion of our tourism being drawn through not-for-profit organizations, events, festivals, fairs. The implementation plan, I'd just like it to make sure that it expands to include those types of events. As an example, in Whitewater, I think we attract over 20,000 members from outside of our community to participate in our own festivals and fairs. So it's a substantial draw and something that I think we need to include in our economic development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I see nodding from Mr. Davis and Ms. Marquardt. So with that, Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Perhaps this is going to be a standing agenda item at each meeting of council moving forward. I do not know, but again, we are hearing of human resource challenges in the warden's remarks. We talked about the first 4 of 20 PSW workers that have been hired at Bonnechere Manor that are coming from Africa. We're hearing about 2 industries in Mayor Nicholson's community that are wanting for staff. We're hearing about these significant developments in Western Ontario that are looking for staff. We know that we have thousands of houses to build, and yet unrelentingly we are hearing about how we're inviting too many immigrants into the country. And I find myself once again perhaps trying to hold back the tide of that sentiment, saying I don't know where we're going to find the people to drive our economy forward, the people to build our houses, the people to staff our health sector and every sector right across the economy, whether it is repairing our automobiles or building our automobiles. Unrelentingly, we are hearing about that there are too many immigrants coming into the country, and I am stymied every time that I hear that as to how we are possibly going to fill all of our needs in our economy moving forward. So perhaps there will be an opportunity for me to repeat this, or perhaps I will just steal it off of the YouTube recording of this meeting and I can play it into the microphone at all future meetings.
Sure, it'd be great if you could edit it a bit. like any good recording has to fit in the time we have. Thank you. And are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Duff, you have the last word, but before you have the last word, I have the semi-last word. Thank you very much for this. And I was pleased that you noted the partnership with CFDC and the uniqueness of it. We do unique really well here. We're very proud of that. Partnerships are the order of the day, and Councillor Nicholson and myself, Mayor Nicholson and myself, were at the Upper Ottawa Valley annual general meeting, and that was part of our discussion with them, my discussion with them, and backstopped very nicely by Mayor Nicholson, was that we want to do partnerships with people that are moving our community forward. And we talked about it being experiences, and I see that you mentioned that word here as well. It's not so much about events, it's not so much about a good time, it's stringing together good experiences and great experiences and memorable experiences for people when they're either living here or visiting here. So thank you for your work, and the last word is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think listening to the conversation, the only thing I want to leave you with, it's a few things. What we're noticing in the work that we do, those communities, whether they're individual municipalities or larger counties, the ones that have been successful in finding solutions for their housing problems, their infrastructure problems, you're going to have to find your own solution. You're going to have to be bold. You're going to have to be aggressive. You're really going to have to take risks. And I think some communities just aren't there yet. They're not thinking too far outside the box. But to be successful, you're going to have to go that route. And I think at the end of the day, the things to keep in mind is you want to be open and inclusive. I'm looking at your council chambers right now, and the immigration that's coming, the workforce that's coming, it's going to look a whole lot different. And I'm not sure a lot of smaller communities across Canada are ready for that yet. And that's going to be something that you're going to struggle with. But again, be open, be inclusive, be welcoming, and you'll succeed.
Thank you very much. And so with that, what I could suggest is if we could take about 5 minutes and come back about 11:15, and we'll start with the Health Committee at that point.
Correspondence?
Yes, we'll do correspondence first before we take a break.
Well, Warden, all correspondence that has been received has been forwarded to the appropriate committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the prompt. This is the first time. This is the first time in a long time. So with that, we'll be back at 11:15. And we'll move forward with the Chair of Health, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Health and Housing Crisis Engagement Team, and probably almost the entire council sits on either Community Services, Health, or Development and Property. And I've certainly been apprised of the update on what is now MESA. This is what formerly had been referred to as the Hub. It is to address the crisis of both substance use, homelessness, and mental health, and it is continuing to move forward. Item 2 is emergency management with a presentation of the program. Item 3 is dedicated offload nursing funding application, and funding in the amount of $421,000 was received in 2023-24, and that fiscal year will end just over a month, just over 4 weeks. Item 4, the long-term care resident statistics for each of the Manor and of the Lodge, along with the Champlain client waitlist information. I see Champlain is still surviving. Item 5, international recruitment strategy. As the warden had said in his opening address, we now have the first 4 of 20 workers coming to the Bonnechere Manor. As everyone is quite aware, it is years now that we have been challenged with the HHR issue within long-term care. It has certainly broadened across the health sector, but it has been most acute in long-term care. Item 6 is the community services base funding, and this is for the senior adult day program at Bonnechere Manor. Item 7 is the equipment and training fund for Miramichi Lodge. Very pleased to receive this additional amount for this one-time funding. Moving on, they are itemized sequentially, so there will be an information item in the addendum that Council just received a short time ago, but I will continue to address these in their order. Resolutions, item number 8, reallocation of capital funds for Bonnechere Manor. Resolution number H-CC-24-02-20, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the reallocation of the Bonnechere Manor capital funds for resident tubs in the amount of $70,000 for the purchase of Arjo Huntley resident tub chairlifts at a cost of $64,392.78, inclusive of HST. In the background, Mr. Chair, is attached. Item 9 is a long-term care service accountability agreement, Schedule E form of compliance declaration. Once again, resolution number H-CC-24-02-21, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the annual Schedule E form of compliance declaration issued pursuant to the long-term care service accountability agreement for each of Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. And once again, Mr. Warden, the background is attached. Moving on then to the addendum just sent out earlier, as I'd indicated. Item 10, once again, is an information item with respect to emergency management funding. Very pleased to announce that we were successful in our application for emergency funding, both for the sandbag processing machine, in addition to the endeavor to stand up some community leaders as leadership in the event of emergencies. Moving back to resolutions, Mr. Chair, item 11 is with respect to surplus vehicle disposal, resolution number HC-CC-24-02-25, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve 4 County of Renfrew decommissioned 2018 vehicles be sold to St. John's Ambulance 1, Algonquin College 1, and St. Lawrence College 2 at a purchase price of $5,000 per vehicle. And once again, the background is attached for Council's consideration. And finally, Mr. Warden, I think finally is item 12. No, it is not. I stand corrected. Bylaws, item 12, ZOL 1 lease agreement, resolution number HC-CC-24-02-26. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign a lease agreement with ZOL Canada for the ZOL 1 program to acquire and operationalize 35 X-Series monitor/defibrillator units to replace the existing fleet of monitor defibrillators at an annual cost of $344,241.30. And once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached. Item 13 is with respect to advanced care nurse call system at Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number HC-CC-24-02-28, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the agreement with Resident Nurse Alert Technology, Inc. for the installation of Phase 3 of the Advanced Care Nurse Call System at Miramichi Lodge for the price of $291,947.71, exclusive of HST, as budgeted through the 2024 Miramichi Lodge capital budget. I will note that it is, in fact, inclusive of HST, still under budget. Once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, to members of council, comments, questions, concerns about item number 1. Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. So I just want to emphasize this is a big step forward, and congratulations. Well, Ms. Patrick's jumped full 2 feet into this with her new position, so great job, and to of course Chief Nolan and to Mr. Davis on this one as well. And I'm roping in Mr. Blackmore now too on this, because as we grow this, the Mesa team, this is a huge step forward for this organization as we try to address a number of items, including housing, homelessness, and some of our more susceptible seniors, as it were, as we grow this. So over the last few weeks, we have made giant steps. Chief Nolan is assembling his team together with some other outside forces, if you will, from different groups, including PRH, the OPP, and otherwise. So he will perhaps talk to that a little bit today. And we are, like you might hear in March, as we move forward, working with other groups in the area on transitional housing supports as well. So it's a bit of a snowball. It's rolling very quickly down the hill, but we're making great inroads. So I think on behalf of the senior leadership team, I want to thank you for your support of this. This is going to be, I'll say, the new VTAC for us. This is an innovative approach for our area, and I'm glad it has legs that can run fast. So I don't know if Ms. Patrick or Chief Nolan want to add to what's been going on in this.
Certainly, Chief Nolan, and then we'll turn to Ms. Patrick.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through to members of the committee, and thank you, Craig, for really prefacing, the effort itself. One of the areas of focus for us is about engaging with other organizations, other community health, social service agencies, because for many years they've been doing an exceptional job in serving this population, and I think really one of the opportunities for us as county departments is how we can better collaborate as per our strategic plan in the direction from the CAO, but also how we can power up through that collaboration to be able to not only support the county and those other agencies, because many of those agencies have been struggling for years in terms of funding or program alignment. And as Dr. Morgenstern has been leading in his time here at the county, there is an addiction strategy as well that's been going on. So really our opportunity is to slipstream into all of those activities, make sure that we're putting our best foot forward collectively, and also find opportunities to transact with this population in a different way. So as you recall through the budget deliberations, our first effort beyond the consultation phase is to establish a team to be able to support, whether it be through the homelessness coordinator of Ms. Patrick or the community paramedic program and the addition of mental health and crisis workers, so that we can have a first point of contact intervention that's meaningful, but then also can provide a warm handoff to those other services that already exist in a way that hopefully provides some sustainable solutions, looking as well at the housing first model or lens in doing that. So maybe I'll leave it there, Mr. Warden, and hand it back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to members of council. It's always very difficult to follow Chief Nolan. I think he hit all the high points there, but certainly just, like to echo the CO's comments, appreciate the support from this council in moving in this direction. Certainly from the community services lens, these are needs that we have been seeing and we've been hearing from community partners for some time, and really look forward to the opportunity to work in an integrated way with the other departments here at the county to really, bring hopefully some solutions and provide some better level of service to some of the the most vulnerable individuals in our community who are really struggling. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you. If I could just add, we have a history of taking, of being responsible to our community, and although we don't have the responsibility for caring for our community members, we often take on that responsibility. And so we are, once again, doing that with a pretty innovative approach, stretched across all the departments, which shows a commitment of the corporation to put resources into assisting our community. And very, very pleased to see this, and also excited as it evolves, because as we know, it will evolve and it'll grow and change from the initial view or expectation of it. So very excited about this, looking forward to frequent updates through the year as it rolls out. And of course, we need to, as Chief Nolan noted, and as I know in past conversations with Ms. Patrick, we've been extremely fortunate that we have good relationships and partnerships in the existing with the other community service providers. And I think they're welcoming our emergence with a different program. Is there any other comments on this? Okay, seeing none. Item number 2. Item 3. That's a significant announcement, because as you know, across Eastern Ontario in 2022, the cost of offload delays to our catchment area, which we're a part of, was about $17 million, which equated to 17 crews a day were tied up in offload delays. So it's nice to see this funding mitigate some of that. Number 4. Number 5, again, just to repeat, it was a great day to be there and to meet the four new people of 20. So congratulations to Mr. Blackburn and his staff as they have, and our human resources staff as they've onboarded them at Buncher Manor. I think that was their second day when we met them. And I see the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. Ask for your indulgence. I missed my hand going up for number 4, if it's possible.
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to add emphasis to what our chair has already presented on 4. We know there is a wait list. We know there's a demand for our long-term care, and the fidelity that our department heads have been able to dig out to indicate there's 58 people on the crisis wait list just on our 2 homes. So that isn't representative of the whole county. That's only our 2 homes. And to know that the portion that are residing in their homes still on the crisis list, so these are the people that are struggling to make it work while they wait for a spot in long-term care, they're being supported by our community paramedics in probably almost all cases, and I know that the fidelity still is out there. So we've got some stopgap measures taking care of these critical people in our communities. And I acknowledge the last statement of that, which is that this is a daily snapshot. It's going to change. I just believe that we need to continue to monitor this. This is an important portion of our community that we have to ensure that we continue to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, Mr. CEO.
Just on item number 5, as we're on that item as well, on the recruitment strategy, I do want to again point out in things that happened after we met with these 4 individuals. A brief conversation was, have you explored some local restaurants yet, or have you had a chance to walk around, or what are you missing? And they identified with palm oil. They cook a lot with palm oil in their home countries. Well, they don't have palm oil regionally in Metro or Walmart. They said, we made it as far as Walmart to shop. I said, well, good luck. But our staff, Mr. Belmore in HR, knows the owners of No Frills and Metro in Renfrew, and walked in and asked, could you order palm oil in? No problem, we'll get that right away. So it's these little things to the point earlier about economic development, how to support new people to the region. They have now residents in Renfrew, and even residents that are employees, other employees. Their walk from their home that they've rented in Renfrew is about 25 minutes, 30-minute walk. They now have folks in the area driving them to work because they don't have bicycles yet. It's not that season yet. So people have stepped up. So these are the things in economic development that help drive and motivate people to move to the area when they hear people getting together and helping other folks who are new and their language isn't Ottawa Valley yet, getting familiar with the area. So congratulations to those involved.
Thank you. Item number 6. Item 7. Resolution item 8. Item 9. Item 10. Item number 11. Item number 12. And there is no other items. There was a 13? Item 13. The report as a whole. Mover, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
So you've heard the report. You've heard some of the comments. Any further comments? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. And with that, we'll move to the Chair from Development and Property, please.
Thank you, Warden. And beginning on page 82, to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Taste of the Valley 2023 report. And in the report, that certainly is an indication of the success of these events. Item number 2 is the Invest Renfrew County newsletter, and the latest edition was available on January 24th, 2024. Item number 3 is the Ottawa Valley Tourism Conference and Annual General Meeting, and the Warden certainly described this event in detail. And again, I will remind all of Council that the nomination details and application forms are available to make your nominations for any of the tourism champions in your area. Item number 4 is Enterprise Renfrew County Sponsorship Package. And again, it's a package that offers community partners, municipalities, and stakeholders the opportunity to formally support entrepreneurs accessing programs, training, and events regionally. Item number 5 is the Summer Company 2024 and Starter Company Plus, and the information is attached. Item number 6 is the update on the protection of black ash and its habitat under the Endangered Species Act, and certainly a very detailed report that's attached to that as well. Item number 7 is subdivision activity updates, and the information as well is there for your review. Moving to resolutions, item number 8 is the expression of interest for housing alternatives. Resolution number DP-CC-24-02-20, moved by Chair and seconded by Committee, that County Council direct staff to create and issue an expression of interest to develop affordable housing on county-owned lands, and further that staff provide recommendations to Council at a future meeting. And again, the background is all there. Item number 9 is the 2024 to 2026 Economic Development Strategic Plan. Resolution number DP-CC-24-02-21, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt the 2024 to 2026 Economic Development Strategic Plan as presented. Item number 10 is the Memorandum of Understanding with the Town of Renfrew, Resolution number DP-CC-24-02-28, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council direct the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to execute a Memorandum of Understanding with the Town of Renfrew regarding the potential developments at Renfrew County Place and Boneshire Manor, both in Renfrew, Ontario. And again, the background is there. And when we get to that, I would, with your indulgence, Warden, if Director Davis could speak a little bit on that as well. Moving to bylaws, item number 11 is the lease agreement at 450 O'Brien Street in Renfrew, resolution number DP-CC-24-02-22, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a lease agreement for a 2-year period commencing on March the 1st, 2024, with Paradise Children's Program, Inc. for space at Renfrew County Place, 450 O'Brien Street, Renfrew, Ontario. And again, the background is attached. Item number 12 is the official plan amendment number 33 with the Township of McNabb Braeside, resolution number DP-CC-24-02-23, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve official plan amendment number 43 to change the designation of the lands from agriculture to rural. And as indicated in the background information, this has historically been designated as rural and was changed, I guess, with the last County Council plan update to agriculture, and this is just a housekeeping to change it back to rural. And all of this is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Ward.
Thank you, Chair. With that, we'll move to item number 1, Taste of the Valley. Just to note, there was 178 vendors, 10,000 visitors, and approximately $780,000 spent by visitors. Yes, member from Boneshire Valley, please.
Well, we're very sad that we're not going to be hosting this year, but I see that we're sharing with my colleague from Killaloe, but we would be happy to do the December holiday edition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2. Item 3. Item 4. Item 5. Item 6. Member from Edmonton Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And I will certainly appeal to your judgment as I'm reading this and seeing my municipality is part of this zone now. I'm anticipating perhaps inviting both Mr. Howarth and Ms. Rose, if there might be a delegation of a future Township Council meeting. And perhaps it is more from a planning perspective than the forestry perspective, though there are certainly concerns there, but it's within the 3rd paragraph of item number 6, wherein it seems to be suggesting that if I wish to remove a black ash tree on my property that is larger than 8 centimeters, essentially at my chest, that I get in a qualified professional. And should that qualified professional suggest that it is an unhealthy tree, I can remove it. If the qualified professional deems that it is a healthy tree, not only can I not remove it, I now must have a 30-meter protective zone surrounding that tree. And if that is an accurate assessment of what that paragraph is meant to convey, it does give me some foreboding as to how that might be received within my community. So my question then is, do you wish for us, for me as mayor, or perhaps as a resolution of my council, or can I extend an invitation at this point for Mr. Howarth and Ms. Rose to coordinate with my CAO at being a delegation to a future Admaster and Brumley meeting, and we do provide, like here, an option to participate virtually as well.
Anytime you wish to extend an invitation, subject to scheduling, someone will attend.
Thank you. If you could also confirm, is that an accurate assessment of the protection afforded and out of black ash in Admaster and Brumley Township?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you. So that is correct, as your assessment mentions and what the report mentions. It's going to be a challenge. This is very reminiscent of the butternut protection a number of years ago. And it's not only for planning purposes and planning concerns, and that's why Ms. Rose always brought this to our attention at County Council, why we put these comments to the province regarding this one issue of black ash. It has ramifications for Public Works also. I'm sure Mr. Perkins can mention the number of black ash in the ditches and right-of-ways of our county, let alone municipal roads. So this is a huge concern for us, actually. And I don't know the next steps for who's going to be considered an assessor, timelines for responses. But again, if the councillors that were here during the butternut issues, this is it's a duplication of this, and it's going to be a challenge. Thank you, Warden.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I guess, thank you for confirming that was a correct assessment. Unfortunately, what I'm viewing this as like so many things within the Endangered Species Act, the unintended consequence of a fairly draconian approach to this, in my estimation, is probably going to be a strangely antithetical response by property owners. I think that this is ill-considered and ill-conceived. However, I do acknowledge that it is now in place in my municipality.
Thank you. As Mr. Davis noted, we had submitted on several times and brought it through council. That doesn't make anybody feel any better because we feel our advice was ignored, and recognize that the public will not be able to discern between provincial legislation and the act of the county. So if people could clarify that this is something that's been foisted upon us after lots of consultation, which we opposed. Thank you.
Just yes, if I may, I want to also express I'm speaking for my municipality, but of course McNabb, Braeside, and Horton, Greater Madawaska, and I believe the town of Arnprior, I'm not certain of the town of Renfrew, are all captured within this zone of protection.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll move to item 7. I'm sorry, Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, Warden, through you. Just a little background on this subdivision. This is actually in 1974, the original drawings for this were put on the table when it was McNabb, McNabb and Bagot Township. And there, in that year, in 1976, there was actually a Pascal agreement. The owner of the property was Donald Pascal, and he had an agreement between McNabb and Bagot Township for a mutual use of the road because it's right on our dividing line. So we are currently in the process of trying to have a joint usage municipality agreement drawn up between McNabb, Braeside, and Greater Madawaska that hopefully we can get through to assist with this development. So thank you.
Thank you. I have some familiarity with this property. Item number 8, please. And Mr. Davis?
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead. Sorry, and thank you, Warden. So item number 8 is really a very big initiative for the County of Renfrew, this expression of interest. As part of the MESA program and the MESA continuum of housing, we are stretching outside the box yet again for the County of Renfrew. What we talked about at DNP, we want to make sure and we want to ensure that we're not missing any opportunities with developers. And with this expression of interest, we are offering, looking for interest from developers and nonprofit organizations to see what they'd wish or what they'd want to do with county lands, whether they're surplus lands, whether they're lands that have a piece of vacant property like we have on Vimy in the town of Renfrew. So for us, again, tying it back in the MESA program, tying it back into our housing issues or our housing continuum, we are looking for solutions from the private organizations. And I think I can't express this enough how other jurisdictions are doing the same thing. The province is doing this, opening up their lands for development for our housing crisis. And what I'll do is, if I could, Warden, just pass it off to the CAO.
Sure. No, thanks, Jason. No, again, no sense reiterating, but I will. Jason mentioned this is a huge step. What you'll hear, I guess, at DNP in March, Mr. Davis and his group are working on a housing summit April 4th in hopefully the town of Renfrew. We're just working on the venue at the moment. And that summit will bring together like-minded people, developers, builders, municipal folks, on working together in a collaborative function. But this is a big piece. Now, we're not saying, we haven't declared any of our land surplus. I don't want to go that far just yet, but we want to talk to our builders to say, if we had this, then what? If we had 10 acres, if we had 5 acres, could you build affordable homes, or would you build? So these are, again, this is a big step for this corporation moving forward, and a very innovative approach by Mr. Davis and his crew. So again, thank you for allowing this to continue.
Thank you. And I see Petawawa and Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. And yes, I agree, this is a very innovative approach by the county, and it shows that we're taking steps to find a solution to our housing crisis, especially the affordable housing. And the CAO can correct me if I'm wrong here, but we had a discussion during DNP where the question was raised, what if a municipality had some municipally owned land and had some innovative ideas in terms of affordable housing? Would the county be amenable to partnerships with the municipality as well? And I think you said yes.
Gee, I don't think I did.
Maybe, was it a maybe?
Yeah, through you, Warden. What I offered Councillor Service was the fact that we would be happy to do it on your behalf if requested to do so. And I think that pending today's discussion or approval of these minutes from committee would be that Mr. Davis reach out to all the municipalities and say, here's what we're doing at the summit, and here's what we're doing moving forward with our lands. If you would like us to speak on your behalf, then let us know by resolution or direction. And then we could include it in the inventory of lands that we will be presenting as options to folks. I think if that's fair by consensus, we can do that.
Thank you. And then that also takes me out of the equation with mayor sending me a note saying, oh, we'd like to be a partner. We've got some land. So then if I ever forget to forward one to Jason, I'm in big trouble. So with that, the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I'll just echo, I'm very excited by this. And just the fact that we're trying something different. Like it was said earlier in the presentation, we have to be bold. We have to take risk. This is certainly in that category. But just and I don't know if other people have a similar question, or maybe it's going to be watchers that are on our YouTube. How does this process work? And I'm curious, the timeline, like, are we reaching out to each developer that we're aware of? Is it just on our website and interested parties might get connected to it? Is it you come to the summit for more information and then the expressions are issued after the summit? I'm just curious, logistically, how can we help encourage by knowing more about the process?
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So you kind of nailed it a little bit on the sense of the timeline. So with this expression of interest, we'll issue this as soon as possible once we finalize the documentation. The second step is what CAO Craig Kelly mentioned about the Housing Summit on April 4th. Once we have this in front of our DNP and County Council, or for sure DNP next week, then we'll do our full court press to get it out there to developers. And so once we have that, in place, it'll be social media, it'll be through newspapers, it'll be through the typical process we do for notification of this housing summit. We do have a number of volunteer people in our community that's really interested in this also, and I'm sure the word will get out for the developers to come from afar and from within. We do know already we have people interested from the City of Ottawa, some bigger developers in Ottawa looking at this, that they heard about it through our D&P committee. So I'll leave it at that, Warden.
Thank you. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Laurentian Hills.
So I had this discussion with Mr. Davis. When we're reaching out to municipalities, we will also be reaching out to some large businesses. I'm thinking of D&D, CNL, that have large pieces of land that they may be willing to give up for something like this. I'm sure there's lots throughout the county. Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden. And we do know that we have interest from Garrison Petawawa also. Early on in the discussion, when we mentioned a possible housing summit, we've reached out to the Garrison, and they're interested to be a delegation or presenter at this housing summit because they have the same issues. They have the same needs, and they have land to maybe partner with the County of Renfrew or a developer at the same time. So, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 9, strategic plan. Item number 10, memo of understanding, and I guess, Mr. Davis, you're going to add something there?
Thank you, Warden. Yet again, it's the same theme as housing. What we're trying to do here in this MOU with the town of Renfrew is we've already talked to County Council, to committees. We have a number of interested parties in a piece of property, Renfrew County Place. And what we want to do with this MOU to set up the framework, what would it take to make these lands, not only at Renfrew County Place, but at Bonnechere Manor for a seniors village, what we talked about before, kind of formalize what the town is going to require from the county if we move forward on any of these developments. It's a good first step. Again, it's going back to the MESA program. We are trying to develop lands where we know there's interest. And this is our next step, to make sure the town of Renfrew is part of it and what they require from us to move forward in any development on these 2 pieces of land. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Item number 11. Item 12. The member from Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I had a couple of questions actually on this item. This seems almost similar to an earlier item in, I think it was item 7 in Greater Madawaska, that seems to be a legacy issue with some history involved. So I'm kind of curious. I guess the first question is the land under the same ownership currently as it was in 2005?
Mr. Davis, are you able to answer that, or Mr. Howarth?
If I may, I don't think I have that answer, so I'll pass it off to Mr. Howarth, who happened to be here today.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't know about the specific ownership because it isn't a company's name, so I don't know if that company has changed names, but it is more or less the same individual owner who's looking to develop the property as was in 2005.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Okay, thank you. So the initial subdivision proposal was for 25 lots, and I believe in the very first holding, I think half of it was actually severed as the 9-hectare parcel, and I think there was 9 hectares retained, so to speak. And the initial intent in 2005 was for a 25 lot subdivision. That was scaled back to 10. I'm just curious what stage the subdivision may be at or may have been at when the zoning was reverted back to agriculture again in whatever was that 29, and if you could confirm, was that 2019?
Thank you. Mr. Howarth?
Thank you, Warden, through you. So the county does not have an application for a planned subdivision at this time. So there was some preliminary work done, but that was looking mainly at hydrogeology, looking at the density that this property could support, but a formal application has not been submitted to the County of Renfrew.
Thank you. Supplementary?
So page 3 of the planning report that's attached to this to the agenda report today states the zoning changes to permit the development of the lands with a future residential plan of subdivision. Do we have a time frame for future development of the 10 lot subdivision?
Thank you, Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Warden, through you. So no, there is not a future timing at this stage. They are asking to put in the official plan designation to plan for and allow a future residential subdivision, but we don't have the ability to dictate or force a person to come forward with a planned subdivision. So there is no timeline that I can commit to.
Thank you.
Final question then, Mr. Chair, through you. Probably this one is to Mr. Howarth as well. So mapping in 2018 for OPA 25, and not to confuse council, there was 3 different OPAs that were all related to the overall official plan. 25, 31, and 35 all came in a very compressed time frame, and I have somewhat lost track a little bit of what each of them were. I do note particularly my colleague to the left, Councillor Bennett, in the initial stages, their community was quite upset with the number of lands that were reverting back to the AG or agriculture, not back to, but for the first time we're going to be designated agriculture. And that was a fairly specific issue that the Township of Horton had with the mapping of the time. I don't know what the outcome of that was. But I do know that at the time that all of those mappings were proposed changes were happening, that ultimately led to this zoning change, presumably back to ag, which I'm going to guess it was prior to 2005, and in 2005 it got changed to rural. But I know specifically in that process, over those 3 different plans, there was an open house within McNabb-Braeside Township. I'm presuming that our planning department did not receive any comments at the time that that was being done. I myself, in my personal capacity, did make a comment on a change that was going to be happening on some of my lands. Is it correct to suggest that the owner of this property was unaware of the potential mapping, or did you in fact receive comments in that 2019 to 2021 period that would give us to understand that this had been inadvertently returned to ag?
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Warden. So yes, the owner of this again, going back 4 years, so I'm pretty sure my memory is accurate on this, but yes, the owner did participate through that official plan process, and they did reach out to make sure that their property was going to remain in a rural designation. When County Council adopted that 5-year comprehensive update to the official plan, it was adopted as rural, not agriculture. That plan then went to the province for a decision, and as Council can remember, there was a significant amount of modifications made by the province to the document. Those modifications, we did not have any discussions with the province with regards to what those modifications were. We were not informed to what they were, and just a number of modifications were made throughout the county, and this is one of the properties that got caught up in that. So the province, when they made their decision, they modified it from rural back to agriculture, and so when we received our approved official plan amendment from the province, the lands had been designated to agriculture without notification to either the county or the property owner. So it was a surprise, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the final comment then, Mr. Warden, is particularly given the final answer. I am in support of this, particularly as it pertains to OPA 35. That, I believe, was the amendment that made the County of Renfrew the approval authority for the first time. All other plans prior, final approval was within the ministry. So given that this individual that owned these properties did make that known, that the county did accept that it should be rural, and that it was overridden by the province, I am going to be in support of this. My reservations in the first several questions, though, we are in the midst of a housing crisis. We have been hearing that now for about 3 or 4 years. And we have a proposed residential development of 10 units that has been static for just short of 20 years now without development. I do note that certainly any individual within our community can do this with a view towards adding value, but I'm not sure that I can discern a great deal of difference between foreign owners of properties, particularly in Western Canada, that are operating properties as investments as opposed to actual housing. So I would certainly encourage in this instance that this carry forward. The final comment I would have is I'm certainly sensitive to one of the comments, I believe, from perhaps one of the federations of agriculture. Given that there is an unopened road allowance, it would seem to me that it would lend itself towards the development of the road and its then handover to McNabb Braeside, presumably, although it may be shared. But it is using up farmlands just simply for access, and the road allowance is right adjacent. In any event, I will support the resolution.
Thank you. Any further comment? So with that, mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the report. You've heard the comments. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. And the Chair of Community Services, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, the 2023 fourth quarter Community Housing Registry waitlist, and the numbers are all there for you. Item number 2, 2023 fourth quarter move-ins, move-outs, and internal transfers comparison. Item number 3, 2023 fourth quarter landlord and tenant board notices and applications. The chart is there for you to see. Information item number 4, affordable home ownership program summary for 2023. And there were 5 applications that were approved and currently open still. Item number 5, the 2023 Ontario Renovates program summary for 2023. There were 14 approved applications. Item number 6, 2023 fourth quarter Renfrew County Housing Corporation rent arrears, and they are attached as Appendix 1, and the comparison report is attached as Appendix 2. Item number 7 is the County of Renfrew affordable housing activities, and there's a very good summary there of all the activities that are going on. Item number 8, Affordable Housing Corporation overview. This was something that the staff were asked to do and came back with their recommendations and observations. Item number 9, Community Housing Capital Projects update, and it is attached as Appendix 4. Information item 10, Priority Projects for Municipalities, a business case, and it is attached as Appendix 5, and it is concerning a proposal to build 5 new duplexes in Renfrew and Arnprior. Item number 11 are the letters from Township of Whitewater Region, and they are attached as Appendix 6 and 7. Item number 12, Health and Housing Crisis Engagement Team. We have heard about this MESA project from the 2 other committees before me. Item number 13, the Ontario Works Caseload Statistics. So they're for 2023, and there's a comparison caseload from 2022. As you can see, all the numbers have increased. Item number 14 are the Child Care Inclusion Services statistics for 2023. Item number 15, licensed home child care stats. And the numbers are all there, and what's, of course, grab everybody's attention are the number of children on a wait list. Item number 16, licensed child care statistics. There's your chart. Item 17 is the Canada-wide Early Learning and Child Care Update, CWELC. And that will emphasizes once again that we received no funding for 25 and 26. Resolutions, number 18, increased licensed child care space. Resolution number CS-CC 240207, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council advocates to the province regarding the need for an increase to the licensed child care space allocation for the County of Renfrew through a Canada-wide early learning and child care CWELC system. And further, that a resolution be drafted and brought to County Council for consideration. The background is there. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Emo, Grills, Mayville, Nicholson, and Service.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll ask council comments, questions, concerns. Item number 1. Item number 2. Item 3. Item 4. Item 5. Quick question to Ms. Patrick. Item 4 and 5, will we get more numbers because the 2023 year ends at the end of March?
Through you and to you, Mr. Warden, yes, we will be getting, as part of the fiscal year, allocations for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6. And I'm sorry, member from North Algona, Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Ms. Patrick. I know these arrears, we just see them keep growing. Are they making any improvements with the number of adjudicators? Are we seeing an acceleration of trying to resolve some of these arrears, or is it still an ongoing backlog?
Thank you. Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to the councillor. We are seeing some progress. I think that a sufficient attention has been put that there is provincial resources being allocated to the Landlord and Tenant Board. We are seeing some progress with the hearing schedule. We are also having greater ability within our department to have a dedicated staff working on the cases and providing preparing the cases and attending the hearings. So there's still a fair ways to go, but we are seeing it moving in the right direction. That answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, item number 7. Item 8. I'm sorry, member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. And number 8 is a result of a notice of motion that we agreed to as County Council earlier in the year, late in 2023. And I just wanted to thank staff for the work that they put into preparing the response back to County Council for this notice of motion. It's an interesting review and shows maybe why the Prince Edward model isn't necessarily the best option for the County of Renfrew. And I think it dovetails nicely into the presentation that Director Davies made earlier this morning on things like our housing summit and these other initiatives. So we're achieving the same intent, but by something more unique to Renfrew County, and I fully support that. But thank you, staff, for doing the work.
Thank you. Item number 9. Item 10. Item 11. Perhaps the member would like to update us on his meeting this week.
Sorry, I'm receiving my tutoring in one ear. Yes, the letters from Whitewater Region. First, I just want to thank staff. I know it's a bunch of extra work when we throw these letters at them, but the assistance that they've been able to provide, working with us to try to find solutions for our community, that's very much appreciated. And just further from the warden's comment, we did have a delegation with the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Infrastructure. Present for that was myself, Mayor of Bonnechere. No, not Bonnechere Valley. I'm looking at Mark. Madawaska Valley. As well as the Mayor of Renfrew, our warden, and of course our MPP. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us had an opportunity for our 15 minutes of fame, and we're able to highlight the unaffordability of water and wastewater in our 3 communities. And we'll see where it goes from there. I don't think we received anything other than an acknowledgement of the receipt of the presentation. Warden, unless you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think I think they were listening, and I think probably equally as important to the delegation was the fact that our MPP weighed in as well and said it was a pretty significant issue, and pressed that he thought it was an issue across Ontario and within their caucus. So he made that point at least 3 times in his remarks, which is encouraging because that will then hopefully spur him to, and I don't mean that negatively, to have conversations within his caucus. So, and the parliamentary assistant did acknowledge, after our MPP made the comment 3 times in a row, then he acknowledged that it was something they should look into. So, baby steps, and then it's off to find another ministry to talk to about. But we are still chasing it. And thank you to Neil. The presentation he made and the analysis was very valuable. Bonnechere Valley, please.
Mr. Warden, I just want you to know that the tutoring was said with love. There was no bullying involved.
Good. I think we stroked the code of conduct budget line, so everybody's got to behave this year. Item number 12, please. Item 13, 14, 15. Item 16, item 17, and item 18, and Mr. Kelly, I think.
Thank you, Warden. Number 18 will suggest there's a resolution on the table, that a resolution be drafted and brought forward. You'll note in your package it was listed under notice of motions, maybe an incorrect area where we put it, but we just weren't at the time of assembling it. It's where it landed. So that resolution in draft format is included again in your report. It is a draft letter to Minister Lecce. Ms. Patrick and her team have developed that letter. And I would suggest to you, Warden, that perhaps it could be addressed at this time after your committee report has received approval, and then maybe dispose of the or address the resolution at this time while it's fresh in your mind.
Thank you. Any further comments on the report? The member from Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And this seems like perhaps the appropriate spot to ask this question, foreshadowing that the resolution is coming forward. So I just wanted to get some clarity. Perhaps the CWELC system is distinct from the other childcare spaces, but I note item 15 cites 204 children on the wait list, yet item 16 cites that we have 718 licenses that aren't actually operating, providing childcare. So not only do we have enough spaces to accommodate the wait list, we have almost 500 more of those spaces. And so I guess it's a two-part question. It seemed that it was appropriate at 18, though. First off, on those items, what is the barrier to actually having those spaces operating that we could easily absorb the wait list? But also on CWELC, I'm always going to advocate on behalf of this county of Renfrew, but are the spaces within CWELC also fully utilized, or are we finding constraints within that system as well? i.e., is getting more spaces or the lack of spaces the barrier to providing childcare within the county of Renfrew?
Thank you. Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Warden Iman. Through you to Councillor Donahue. Thank you very much for the question, and I will do my best to provide some clarity in what is rather a complex system, and we do have multiple challenges. First of all, we are facing a shortage of qualified early childhood educators, which is why some of our licensed centers they are able to operate, they're operating below the numbers that they're licensed to operate at, because they don't have qualified staff to open the rooms. The CWELC system is only for children ages 0 to 5, and we are provided with numbers that we can license spaces, and spaces equal a child under the CWELC program. And we have filled all of our CWELC spaces. So we were given, by the Ministry of Education, we were given a total of 427 CWELC spaces between 2022 and 2026, which is the length of the agreement, and those spaces have all been taken up. So we do have children on wait lists. We have an ability that we would like to be able to grow our licensed homes, because you do not have to be a registered early childhood educator to operate a licensed home. However, we don't have any CWELC spaces. So we directly deliver the licensed home program. We are registered in the CWELC program. We can increase, or we could increase. However, we don't have any more CWELC spaces. So just to provide a little additional information around the County of Renfrew numbers, currently we have 7 homes open for licensed home with 42 children served, but we're licensed for 25 homes with 6 children per home, so that's a total of 150 children. However, we've only been given licenses for the children that are in the homes now, not what our license would allow us to be at. So when we put forward through the directed growth strategy to the Ministry of Education our ask, we asked for 388 additional spaces. A lot of that was in our licensed home so that we could have CWELC spaces for the number of children to operate at our full capacity. And the remainder of spaces that we asked for, making up that 388, was for some of the asks in front of us from childcare operators who were looking. We have one who's looking to grow to a second location, and we have some school builds, so they're underway, and we're not able to give them the spaces through CWELC either. So that makes up that's our ask. And perhaps if I also could just add for greater clarity, there's the information talks about the province's goal around access rate being 37%. At the start of 2022, the County of Renfrew was at 20%. And the Ministry of Education has informed us that we should be at 28% by the end of the CWELC agreement, which is 2026. They've indicated that the goal of 37% is across the province, so some may be higher, some may be lower, that is how they're looking at their goal of 37% as an average. So I'll stop there, but happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary, and then we'll go to North Algona Wilberforce.
2, if I might, Mr. Warden. So the first one is, if I understood the answer correctly, so for licensed home child care, an early childhood education is not required to operate that. So if that's accurate, then the CWELC system is not diverting folks that would otherwise be providing home care because they are different qualifications that are required. So that was question 1, and I'm taking from Ms. Patrick's nod that is accurate. The second component was with respect to this provincially global average of 37%. And this is not the first that I've experienced this notion of that the province should be at 37%. The unfortunate thing is averages are haunting because I can have 1 foot in my oven and 1 foot in my freezer, and on average, I'm just fine. So at 28% for Renfrew County, we are essentially subsidizing some other community that's going to be at 46%. And there is an inequity that is absolutely inherent in that approach, and it seems that it would have to be a lot more granular to be providing equity across the province of Ontario. And our ratepayers and parents in our community have every bit as much expectation of being treated as the rest of the province is. So thank you for that answer, and that is my comment.
Okay, thank you. And North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. And just to follow up on my colleague's comments and a conversation I had at lunch with Ms. Patrick, we talk about economic development and the need to attract more workers, residents to Renfrew County. One of the challenges that we face attracting especially younger families is that we don't have enough childcare or spaces available, which presents a barrier to, it causes one parent having to stay at home to raise a family when maybe they would prefer to be out working or could be out working. The other challenge with the $10 a day daycare, the CWEL program, is that it was a great idea and certainly does make childcare more affordable. However, and just watching the news recently, some of the current childcare operations are in jeopardy of having to close because their operation funding has been frozen for, I think it's been 3 or 4 years. And so we are in danger of in fact, not just being able to supply the number of spaces that we're currently able to provide, but we could lose some of those childcare spaces as well. And just wondering if Ms. Patrick could maybe expand on that a little bit.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to Councillor Rose. Certainly, you've hit on a number of the concerns that we are hearing. I think that with the rising cost of living, as we are seeing, childcare operators are having challenges around their bottom line, and part of signing into the CWELC system did involve them agreeing to freeze their rates and be part of the CWELC system where there's transfers to top up so that the parents are paying less. That is a challenge because as centers are struggling to meet increasing costs, they don't have the option then to raise their rates as long as they're a part of the CWELC system. We have not, we're certainly hearing this as a concern from our childcare centers. We have not, we're not hearing, we're hopeful that we're not going to lose providers out of the CWELC system. We do believe it to be an excellent system and an opportunity for, equitable, affordable childcare for all. However, a number of the challenges, and particularly in front of us, is the lack of space, to grow that program so that there's greater access for the parents that do need it.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, and I think another thing we need to think about here is when you look at the statistics of 2023, where the wait list went from 131 to 204, that's shocking in itself, but that doesn't take into account the people that aren't on waiting lists or have given up on waiting lists, or where there's one of the parents who's chosen not to go to work, to stay at home and look after their child, or who have gotten family members or grandparents or somebody else to have to look after the children. But my colleague from North Algona makes a good point. If we want to attract workers here, we need to provide the services that are necessary. So I think that's what the impetus for this resolution is. We need to advocate on behalf of our young families with this CWELC system in order for us to get these extra spots. I know when we had our discussion during committee, it was a bit shocking, and some of us felt even offended that our upper tier municipality was being treated differently than the rest of the province, and that we were the only upper tier municipality to have 0 spots allocated for 2025 and 2026. And as a group, we found that unacceptable and felt that we had to take some action to advocate on behalf of our families here. And that's why you see the resolution in front of you.
Okay, thank you. And member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I just have one question. I have some comments, but I think I'll wait until the resolution's on the floor to speak to those. But for Ms. Patrick, if possible, Warden, on item number 15, the licensed home childcare statistics, where it offers that list of children on wait list. In December, it indicates 204. Those are the children on the Renfrew, County of Renfrew's wait list. It doesn't include children, or does it include children on all of the other privately operated childcare facilities? Or is that just the 204 that we have on wait list that could be fulfilled, that could be satisfied with the home care option as, item 15 indicates?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Nicholson. That is just for the County of Renfrew licensed home childcare program, the 204 children. All centers in Renfrew County have their own waiting lists. There is no centralized waiting list. So individuals may have placed their children on names, on lists, multiple lists, and this is for our licensed home list only.
Thank you. Supplementary, or are you waiting for the motion? Perfect, thank you. And with that, any further comments or questions on the report? All right, seeing none, motion please.
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report and the comments. Anything further? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you, Council. And I will read the motion and ask for a mover and seconder. Whereas in May 2023, the Ministry of Education provided all municipalities with their directed growth target numbers for new licensed childcare spaces through the CWELC, CWELCC system up to 2026. And whereas the Ministry of Education allocated spaces to service system managers to progress towards a target provincial ratio of spaces to children or access rate of 37%, and the access rate for the County of Renfrew was approximately 20% in 2022 when the CWELC agreement came into effect. And whereas the County of Renfrew was the only municipality in Ontario that was allocated zero growth for 2025 and 2026, and whereas all of the spaces that have been allocated for 2022, 2023, and 2024 have already been created or are accounted for with existing projects. And whereas in consultation with licensed childcare operators in the County of Renfrew and the County of Renfrew Community Services Department, it has been identified that there is an extreme shortage of childcare spaces not only across the county, but the province as a whole. Now, therefore, the Council of the County of Renfrew recommends to the Honourable Stephen Lecce, Minister of Education, that the County of Renfrew be allocated 388 additional CWELC spaces between now and the end of the CWELC agreement in 2026, as requested in the direct growth report that was submitted to the Ministry of Education on September 30, 2023. These spaces will allow for growth in licensed childcare centres and the ability to increase licensed home-based childcare in our rural municipalities, which will address wait lists and provide care to children in our region who need it. And this recommendation be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Michael Parsa, Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, Mr. John Yakubuski, MPP of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Can I have a mover, please? And the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? Member from Whitewater, please.
Okay, I went on a rant at the committee meeting. I won't rant as much.
Please.
But I am going to just voice some of my concerns, because this is an issue that we're seeing with young families, as been mentioned already. When you take a look at some of those numbers that have been provided by Ms. Patrick, we're short 800. We have 2,500 licensed spots available in Renfrew County. We can only staff 1,800 of them. We've already been allocated spots for 700 more people. We can't staff them because there's no ECEs to fill the positions. So problem number one, and they've just raised the wages to $24 an hour for an ECE. Still, the system can't provide them fast enough. There's not enough people interested in the work. So we have 700 vacancies that we cannot resolve. So there's no way to fix that problem at our level. But licensed home childcare doesn't require that qualification. No. Right? We have the spots available, but they're linked to the CWELC. So the only way that we could move forward is to encourage the province to allocate more of the CWELC positions. We have, and the economic impact that is mentioned before, there are families that have reached out to me in Whitewater region that have said that they have had to quit their job in order to stay home to put their kid on the bus, take their kid off the bus, or to provide childcare for their child, because it's just not feasible. They're on multiple wait lists. They've tried private options. They're willing to pay extra funds. There's just no alternatives. So I can't stress enough that we need to, for a variety of reasons, we need to invest in childcare. At the budget session, we talked about a reserve for childcare. I think we dipped into it $500,000. There's still $1 million in there. We have no way to spend any of that $1 million to invest in childcare. All the levers remain with the provincial government. So, Warden, I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was, in general, the theme that we presented through the chair at AMO and then again at Roma. So with that, the member from North Agona Wilberforce.
Yeah, maybe I'll just pick up on that rant and just add that I know when I was still on community services, we were advocating and we were successful to get an increase in those wages for early childhood educators. And just as my colleague from Whitewater has said, the wages have now increased, but we still have a severe shortage of those early childhood educators. And I believe part of it is that the work isn't easy, the work is challenging, and trying to fill those spots once again may require bringing in more immigration.
Thank you. Member from Amsden Bromley, and then Boncher Valley, and then Petawawa.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I'm going to seek a little bit of clarity. I kind of got confused in this latter part of the conversation. I thought I understood earlier that CWELC requires an ECE, but licensed home care does not require an ECE. So adding more spaces in CWELC is going to require a more highly qualified provider. And I'm wondering if there is something, excuse me, that we can also do that is incentivizing our home care, because it seems that that might be where a lot of that delta between our licensed spaces and our actual capacity to provide is in fact those 700 spaces more inclined to be addressed through licensed home child care than through CWELC.
Ms. Patrick, could you clarify for us?
I will certainly try, Warden, and through you to Council. So the CWELC system is only for children 0 to 5. So in some centers and homes, there's children that are, 6 to 12 that are then not part of CWELC. So the $10 to $12 a day is only for children in that age category. As we had spoken about, certainly a challenge with the wages and the workforce shortage around registered early childhood educators. We did feel that, in Renfrew County, promoting licensed home childcare would be a good option because you're correct, Councillor Donahue, you don't have to be a registered ECE in order to open a licensed home. You can still be part of the CWELC process and serving children 0 to 5, but not have to have registered ECEs in the operation of your home. So it's an area that we felt would be, that we could certainly promote because we have some, would have some opportunities for growth if there was CWELC spaces, but also, it's a good option in rural communities where, there's different pockets of families that may need. So the County of Renfrew directly operates licensed home. Also, the Petawawa Military Family Resource Center, PMFRC, also offers licensed home. Both PMFRC and County of Renfrew are registered in CWELC. And so this limits us in terms of the spaces and the opportunity for growth. We're not at either of us at our licensed capacity. So again, some of the asks for additional CWELC spaces is for us as well as for PMFRC so that we can put the children in those spots. We're licensed for them, but we're not able to have them be part of the CWELC. So for us to grow licensed home, we would have to withdraw from the CWELC program and not offer that for anybody who's in a licensed home daycare setting. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. And Boncher Valley and then Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden. Now I get it. Sorry, it was clear as mud to me with all the discussion. Now I completely understand. Thank you, not acting director.
Thank you. And Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. And this is just to provide some further clarity as this discussion came up in our committee meeting, and perhaps Andrea can help fill in the more technical gaps. But there's a lot of talk about registered ECEs and us not having enough of them here in Renfrew County to use our extra spaces that we have allocated. But there is a ratio in these daycares that not every employee of a daycare has to be a registered ECE, that some of them can just merely be unqualified workers. But perhaps Andrea can talk more about the ratios.
Please, and then McNabb side.
Through you, Warden, to Councillor Service, you're correct. In terms of the growth and operating and expanding and opening new rooms, not every staff has to be a registered early childhood educator. I don't have the exact ratio, but whether it's 1 in 5 or how that works, but I think that the concern is even getting that one person, to be surrounded by other non-ECEs to open up another room is what is our challenge that we're seeing in terms of the workforce shortage there.
Thank you. And McNabb side, please.
Thank you, Warden. And through you to Ms. Patrick et al. I support this motion. It's the same, we hear the same thing here as in our township. As soon as somebody gets pregnant, they're trying to get on every wait list that they can, right, to get a spot, and then they're told they're probably out of luck even at that point. So given that the numbers are rather indicative of the issue being mostly related to the availability of ECEs, I'm just wondering if there's a different approach. I mean, we're talking about a shortage in Renfrew County, but is it that our licensed facilities are mostly concentrated in the towns? We're limiting ourselves into available ECEs who just don't want to drive that far and live more rurally. And have we considered opening up licensed daycare facilities more rurally, and so to attract a new market of ECEs, so to speak?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Through you, Warden, to Council, I think the shortage of ECE workers is seen right across the province. So I think it's not something that is specific to urban centers or rural centers. I think this is being seen right across the province in all areas. So I don't know that I have any words of wisdom around that, but it's definitely something that all municipalities are grappling with in all areas. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Thank you very much, Council. And we'll move to operations, please. And Vice Chair Bennett.
Thank you. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew and members of County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Number 1 would be the Winter Operations Report, and you'll see on Appendix 1 that it will give you the amount of salt and sand and whatever we use to control the situation, whether it be snow, rain, or freezing rain. This is a very interesting report, and it gives you a pretty good perspective of what we're doing as county to control the winter operations and how much material is actually used. So please read Appendix 1 when you get a chance. Number 2 is the spring load restriction. We go through this every year, and it's going to be no different this year, other than be probably a much more of a headache to staff to try and figure out what roads are what and what we can do or when we have to close them. So it again is information, and it will give everybody in your municipalities notification, whether it be web-based or whether it be newspaper-based, or at least get a hold to us on our web page in order to know what roads are being lifted throughout the municipality. Item 3 is a resolution.
It's to declare surplus land on County Road 51, part of Lot 9, Range B, Town of Petawawa. This is a small chunk of land there that the landowner next door is actually asking for us to put it surplus. So it's a very small chunk of land, and you'll see when you read the background that there may be a need to explore this a little bit more with the surveyors before we can make any decision on what's going on. Number 4 is the Cochrane Creek Bridge.
Sorry, if you could.
Oh, I have to read the resolution. Okay. Sorry about that. This is my first attempt at this. So. Okay. Resolution number OP-CC-24-02-14. Moved by chair, second by committee, that the county council declare surplus to the needs of the county of Renfrew the land on County Road 51 road allowance, located in part Lot 9, Range B, the town of Petawawa, as indicated on the attached stretch. Number 4 is the Cochrane Creek Bridge. It's actually a bridge that we're recommending for closure and removal. The resolution number OP-CC-24-02-15. That County Council direct the staff to commence the process required for the closure and removal of county structure B232, Cochrane Creek Bridge, located on Cement Bridge Road, Township of North Agoma, Wilberforce. And the background is attached.
And that was moved by yourself and committee?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Number 5 is the update of the Public Works and Engineering Department capital budget. The resolution OP-CC-24-02-16. And that's moved by myself and second by committee. That county approved the amending the 2024 capital budget as follows. Increase the budget for County Road 37, Murphy Road, by $922,000 to $365 from 157,353 to 24600. And the increase is there. Decrease the budget for County Road 103 O'Grady Bridge by the $197,500 from the 200,338,500 to 40,000. So there's quite a decrease in that one. Decrease the budget of county structure B15 Burnt Bridge from 427,000 to 477,000 down to 50,000. Decrease the budget from county structure B232 Cochrane Creek Bridge by 350,000 from 450,000 to 100,000. And that is moved by myself and second by committee. And the background's there to see where all the money is being reallocated. Number 6, resolution CC24-02-12. Moved by a chair and second by committee, myself. And the county adopt a bylaw approving the alterations to the county roads and structures. And the background is there to give you all the information. Naming of bridges and culverts. It's a policy BW-22, moved by chair and second by committee. OP-CC-24-02-13. That the county council adopt a bylaw to approve corporate policy PW-22, naming bridges and culverts for all of the county of Renfrew owned structures. And the background is attached. Brennan Creek Bridge rehabilitation, moved by chair and second by committee. OP-CC-24-02-17. And that county council approved contract PWC-2024-02 has subscribed by KB Civil Construction from North York, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of county structure B102, Brennan Creek Bridge, Township of Killaloe, Hagerty, and Richards, in the amount of $347,296.67. And the background is attached. There was quite a few contractors that have bid on this, so we are getting good benefit for the tendered dollar. And the background gives you all the information that have for the financial implications. Number 9 is the relining of various culverts. Resolution OP-CC-24-02-18. Moved by myself and second by committee. That the County of Renfrew approve contract PWC-2024-06 as submitted by Aquatech Solutions, Stromberg, Ontario, for the relining of various culverts in the amount of $207,725. And everything's there in the background for your information. Number 10 is PWC-2024-64, County Road 64, Opeongo Road rehabilitation. Moved by chair and second by committee, that the county council approve contract PWC-2024-64 has submitted by Greenwood Paving of Pembroke for the rehabilitation of County Road 64, Opeongo Road, with the Welland Shore Road to Constant Creek Lake Road, a distance of 8.20 kilometers, Township of Boncher Valley, in the amount of $1,718,606.60. And the background is there, seeing that where all the tenders come in. So the nice thing about this one happened to be all local contractors. So the pricing was very competitive. All of which is respectfully submitted by Chair Glenn Dorchester, and I hope I didn't embarrass him much here. And committee members are D. Bennett, P. Emo, D. Lynch, M. McKenzie, K. Watt, and M. Omer.
Thank you. Members of council, back through the committee, or back through the report, asking you for your opinions. The winter operations. Seeing none. Number 2 is spring load restrictions. It's March 1st to May 31st. And item number 3. Item number 4. And yes, member from North Agona Wilberforce. Yes.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Mr. Perkins, just wondering, I do appreciate the fact that you're going to monitor the condition of this bridge and try to keep it in operation as long as possible. But I'm just wondering if this was turned back over to the municipality, we could give you Let Cemetery Road in exchange.
Mr. Perkins, careful.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the Minister. No. Thank you. No, this bridge is at its end of its life, and it's on a road that's seasonal, first of all, and it's only at best 10 cars a day when it's in season. So it's in what we're going to do is just monitor it till when we can't use it no more, we'll come back to council to say, do you want to spend $1 million to fix it, or do you want to close it? That's our plan. But thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on number 4? Item number 5. You will note the changes in the items in number 5 just result in a $53,000 decrease in the total overall budget for capital works. Item number 6. This is for our day crews to be able to move the road around or block off lanes as needed. Item number 7, so it's temporary, no last year in construction season. Item number 7, naming of bridges and culverts. Item number 8. And, I'm sorry. A member from our Empire, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, the amount was $344,296.67.
Mr. Perkins, you're comfortable with that number?
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's correct.
Thank you. And item number 9. Item number 10. Member from Aveston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Somewhat picking up on Councillor Lynch's question, within item number 8, both the low bid and the box containing all of the information expressed the same number. Conversely, in item number 10, the low bid has increased in the box by $7,400, and I'm just kind of curious what leads to that.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, please.
That one I will have to check into. I believe it may be a typo. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover from the Vice Chair, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And we'll move to Finance and Admin. Chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. Save the best to last. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information item number 1, we have our monthly report from our CAO. Everybody should read this. I think it's a really good practice to know what Craig does behind the scenes. We see him do all sorts of things, but I think this stop it. No bullying today. But I think that this gives a really great précis of what he does. Number 2, our communications report. Thank you so much to Tina Poplinski and all of her hard work. And she's given us some great stats there for our social media, etc. Number 3, the 2024 final budget is contained. Number 4 is council remuneration to December 31st, 2023. Under bylaws, number 5, resolution number FACC 24-02-20, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a revised bylaw for the remuneration of members of the Council of the County of Renfrew effective January 1st, 2024. And the background is there. Number 6, resolution number FACC 24-02-21, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that Craig Kelly be appointed as Deputy Clerk for the County of Renfrew, and further that the bylaw to appoint a Deputy Clerk for the County of Renfrew be adopted, and the background is there. I have resolution number FACC 24-02-22, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that Gwen Dombrowski be appointed as clerk for the County of Renfrew, and further that the bylaw to appoint a clerk for the County of Renfrew be adopted, and the bylaw is there. Number 8, resolution number FACC 24-02-23, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, the County Council approve that Daniel Burke be appointed as the treasurer for the County of Renfrew, and further that the bylaw to appoint a treasurer for the County of Renfrew be adopted, and the background is there. And number 9, resolution number FACC 24-02-25, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the following changes to the non-union staff salary grid within employment bylaw number 1. Number 1, removal of the following positions: data entry clerk in group 1, fundraising coordinator in group 2, accounting clerk 1 finance in group 5, executive assistant deputy clerk in group 7, prosecutor in group 8, manager finance in group 10. Number 2, reclassification of the following positions: laborer from group 1 to group 2, construction supervisor from group 7 to group 8. Number 3, creation of the following positions: help desk support in group 4, manager of legislative services and clerk in group 9, manager of finance treasurer in group 12. Renaming the following position: director of corporate services deputy treasurer in group 17, and further that the revised employment bylaw number 1 be adopted. And there's a whole bunch of background there for your perusal, all of which is respectfully submitted by, my apologies. I do have an addendum. Resolution number 10 is resolution number FACC 24-02-28, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council support the resolution from Halton Region, a proposal that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, Board of Directors consider a biennial election process. Now, which is all respectfully submitted by myself as chair, and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, and Mayville. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council on item number 1? Item number 2? Item 3? Item 4? Item 5? Item 6? Item 7? Item 8? Item 9? And item 10, the addendum. Seeing no further discussion, a mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. Discussion, any further? None, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. All right, Mr. Perkins has an answer to that question.
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you to County Council and to the member from Mr. Bromley. No, it's not a typo. My apologies. It's actually included in the line painting. It's included in that 1726009. Obviously, there was no line painting for the culvert rehab, but going forward, we will actually have a line item that says line painting from now on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move to item number 12, which is bylaws. Moved by, I need a mover and a seconder, that the bylaws as attached in item number 12 be approved as presented. Member from Bonshire Valley, seconded by Kilda Hagdy Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. There are no closed minutes at this point, No closed meeting. No, there is no closed meeting at this point. And we'll move to written reports. We have nothing from AMO. Chalk River Stewardship. Member from Empire, please.
Thank you, Warden. I attended 2 webinars this month. My reports are on pages 272 and 274. One dealt with the NPD Nuclear Power Demonstration Closure Project at Chalk River. The highlights included the stack will remain in place due to being home to the migratory birds. All materials of the buildings that will be demolished will remain on site, and the building location will be closed land for a site of for over 100 years. What's happening in the radioactive material stuff is going to be moved to the basement, grouted, paved over, concrete over, and 100 years later it'll be able to walk on it. The second webinar dealt with the closure of Whiteshell. Highlights included it was opened in 1963, it closed in 1998, with an expected remediation being completed in the early 2030s. They demolished over 60 buildings and of note safely transported over 6,700 cubic meters of waste were transported to Chalk River facility. And lastly, they have a new piece of equipment being manufactured in Southern Ontario, which will be used to remove the sandpipes and bunkers waste retrieval system, so there'll be no personal hands-on. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to ERN.
My apologies, Warden. I was not able to attend the EORN meeting due to a Board of Health meeting.
Okay, thank you. FCM, seeing none. And we'll move to Roma.
Thank you, Warden. The Roma report was distributed kindly by Gwen on Monday morning. We met virtually on February 16th. We did have a review from LAS and one investment, and I asked Gwen to include the slide deck. Of note is a new program that LAS is working on with AMO for water and wastewater. It should be it's brand new, so I have no question or answers to your questions. I apologize, it's brand spanking new. We had a discussion about transportation challenges in rural Ontario. There's sort of some ideas. I know that with our partners in North Laguna, Wilberforce, and Whitewater, we have some ideas and some news coming soon. Our communications team, Red Brick, provided an update on the 2024 Roma Conference. I've given you the stats there. Obviously, it was an enormous conference. The survey was good. Obviously, there were some complaints about trying to get into plenary rooms because we did have so many delegates. But there were also some good ideas for next year. I think I want to nip this Roma Ogra thing in the bud. There were suggestions sort of all over the place that Roma and Ogra recombine. A couple of challenges. Number one, the Roma board believes that their mandate and the Ogra mandate are two very different initiatives. The other thing is Roma is, we're locked into the Sheraton for the next few years. Increasing the size of this conference, I do not believe would be in our best interests. 1,900 delegates presented a lot of challenges this year, as I'm sure anybody that attended really felt in the hallways and trying to get into plenary rooms. What's that? Or yes, apparently or lunch. You're correct. I will give a financial report for the 2024 conference in my next report. We had some preliminary numbers, but nothing solid. But it looks like we were about 20 to 25% up in revenue. So we had it was a very good year for Roma. So we're very excited. The cross-province check-in included challenges with water and wastewater rates, of course, healthcare, license plate renewal fees, and apparently people are all over the board with that. Some want them back, some are absolutely opposed. Municipal investment in hospital equipment is a big one, and homelessness strategies, and that's all I have for this month. Mr. Warden, unless I've missed something that you would like to add.
No, I don't believe so. Thank you. And to the member from from McNabry side, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Warden, through you. So thank you for that report, my colleague from Monash Valley. One thing that just piqued my interest, I thought I would ask, in the LAS report regarding new automated speed enforcement, it said speed studies are underestimating volume of potential infractions. I'm just curious as to if there's if anybody has any information along those lines. This is the big issue in our township, and we'd love to see this move along.
I don't recall a particular context. I do think that the underestimation was to the magnitude of about 50 or 60%, but that's I don't remember the context beyond that.
Well, you obviously do remember the context because that was exactly right. It was about 50 or 60%, and it is a problem seemingly everywhere. So it's funny too because I have a note for my police services board to add photo radar. So it's going on everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you're in a rural environment, urban. It makes no difference. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, no further comments or questions. We'll move on. Item number 14, the Community Services Committee has been dealt with. Item number 15, I'll read the motion and ask for mover and seconder. That County Council approves a request for participation in a Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program, BRTAP, from the Town of Arnprior for OVD Inc., owner of the property at 12 Thomas Street, Arnprior, to be approved with the following principles. A total grant payable value of 75% of eligible costs, not to exceed the maximum cap of $1.121750 million, shared between the County of Renfrew and the Town of Arnprior. The grant payment period being phased over a maximum of 10 years of development, and that the annual grant payable be set at 75% of the tax increment, new tax revenues less existing tax revenues in brackets, subject to the establishment of and in accordance with the terms and conditions of the Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program, BRTAP agreement, and further that the Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program, BRTAP agreement, and a bylaw be brought to a future session of County Council. Mover, please. Member from Arnprior, seconder. Member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion. I'll go with Arnprior and then Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Warden. Just a couple highlights. There's an attachment on page 275. This development will address the significant shortage of affordable, attainable rental properties in Renfrew County. This development will see approximately 140 new apartments, which will be a benefit in realizing the goal of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus meeting of 7 and 7. The county would recoup $336,593 investment in this BRTAP program in approximately 4.4 years. After program completion, county tax revenues are estimated to increase to be over $75,000 annually. Utilizing the CIP tax incentive programs to support remediation of brownfield properties is supported by MMAH and MFOA as an avenue to rejuvenate and revitalize communities. And my last one was, if there's any financial questions, we'll ask the manager of finance, Daniel. When I look at this, it's an investment by the county to show that we're actually progressive in getting brownfields back into operational status. In this case, it's for housing. And I think it's, to me, it's a bonus. It's an incentive. It's an investment for the county that we're going to see future funds. The second part, there was an agreement through the town of Arnprior with the developer that this would be for part of affordable housing. And this is our way of County Renfrew saying, yeah, we support this. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And the member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, to Council. When Intracity Real Estate and Ottawa Valley Development, Inc. purchased the land in question, they had full knowledge that this was a brownfield operation. I assume that because of that, they probably received the property at a reduced value. An Iron Prior staff report, 22-02-28-01, was brought to Iron Prior Council February 28, 2002. The question was asked, how will the contaminated soil be addressed? It is the developer's responsibility to comply with all applicable policies. Second, on that same staff report, there was a question about build-out time. The developer indicated that this could take 5 to 7 to possibly 10 years, subject to market demand and economics at the time. This means that the town of Iron Prior, Renfrew County, may not receive any tax revenue, possibly to 2020 or 2031 starting. And that would mean that the onus would be put on the residents of the county of Renfrew for taxation for this. The cost of rehabilitation of brownfield property would have been in their business case originally for this, I would hopefully assume. Mr. Dennis Eberhard of LinkedIn is the representative for Intracity Real Estate Company, and also the Ottawa Valley Development Company. In his LinkedIn post from Intracity Real Estate 2 years ago, he stated that Ottawa Valley Development objective is to create an average and a consistent return for its investors. Now, I don't fault him for that. That's his job, and that's what he's doing. But it shouldn't be on the backs of our residents to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Member from Evanston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. So the Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program, what is the basis of that? Is that something that the province has provided to municipalities to offer? I'm not sure if Councillor Lynch or if perhaps Mr. Burke might respond.
We'll go to Mr. Burke. And the member from Iron Prior, your mic's on.
Through you, Warden. Good afternoon, County Council. This program has a provincial component, which is separate from what's before us. So the grant request is actually a provision inside the Town of Iron Prior's Community Improvement Plan, but it does have a matching provincial component province-wide for the education portion of taxes that relate to brownfield remediation.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'm certainly cognizant of the remarks of Councillor Weir. I cannot know if the proponent in this development would carry forward with the development, whether the town of Iron Prior and or the county participated in the brownfields rehabilitation. Given that these are, in my estimation, would certainly be checking a couple of boxes. Brownfield remediation from a climate perspective is beneficial. Likewise, housing, as we are reminded on a daily basis of the crisis that we have in providing housing in our communities. This does seem to fit within those parameters. I recognize that the County of Renfrew does not have a policy on this, and I would certainly suggest at the very least there should be consideration of having a policy of participating in community improvement plans, and if in fact that policy is defeated, then ultimately County Council will be clearly signaling that they do not wish to participate. If, on the other hand, there is a policy that is adopted by Council, then we will have the basis to move forward. Unfortunately, much like the sorry, I've lost my train of thought briefly. I apologize. This is before us right now. That's what I was, sorry. I have gathered myself again, Mr. Warden. Much like the expansion of capital projects that we still are continuing to address on an ad hoc basis, does present challenges. So here we are, a request, direct request is being made without having a policy to rely upon and seek guidance from. So at the very least, I would like to see a policy developed and perhaps brought through the Finance and Administration Committee. Seems to be the logical place for this to be undertaken. In respect of this one, which is on an ad hoc basis in the absence of a policy, I certainly am intrigued at this, but I wonder if perhaps Mr. Burke might shed some light. I am certainly much respectful of the town staff for the town of Arnprior, but if I am going to have some comfort in voting in favor of this motion, then I wonder if Mr. Burke has had opportunity to review the report and can confirm the numbers that the town of Arnprior have submitted in support of this.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. So I have reviewed the document, and I guess I would like to make a couple points, I suppose. The first is that the maximum amount of the grant is capped at the current 75% of the current estimate of the remediation costs. But the mechanism by which it is paid out is over 10 years at a difference between what their tax rate would have been if the development had not moved ahead versus what it is having been developed. And that somewhat mitigates Councillor Weir's point about would we be out the funds if the development doesn't go ahead? No, we would not be. The grant would simply never be paid out if there's no change in the underlying value of the property because of redevelopment. I guess having said that, this is like any other government grant or incentive. If the project would have gone ahead, whether we provide the grant or not, then it's somewhat to our disadvantage that we provided the grant, right? We would make more revenue in property tax if we hadn't have provided the grant, if it was going to go ahead anyways. If the project would not go ahead but for our grant, then we'd be further ahead to give the grant and have the enhancement in our property taxes, and we would make more property tax revenue that way than having a vacant brownfield lot. But I cannot speak if this project would go ahead or is dependent on our decision here today. I'm not familiar with it.
Thank you. Supplementary, and then Buncher Valley.
Thank you. Actually, final comment, Mr. Warden. Final comment and a question through you, perhaps to Councillor Lynch, if he might be able to illuminate the last comment by Mr. Burke, which is to say, in the proponent's application towards this program, towards this redevelopment, I'm not sure what was disclosed to Arnprior, whether this in fact hinged on the participation both of the town and of the county. But absent that, then it is difficult for me to be in support of this. Ultimately, because Arnprior, as we all know, along with the town of Petawawa, are the high-growth communities within the county of Renfrew right now, substantially outpacing growth in some of the other communities. So certainly, I would suggest that Arnprior is a very attractive municipality for this sort of development. So if in fact the proponent would be taking this on, but this simply provides a better return, as Councillor Weir has suggested to their shareholders, then I would not be in support of this if the development is going to go forward in any event.
Member from Arnprior, please.
I have to get my timings right. The development or the developer asked to develop the property, and the town of Arnprior said no. So we went to the land tribunal, and through the discussions and decision, it was approved that he could go or they could go forward with the development. On our side, we said, well, then we'll support it, but please we'll support it by doing this remediation. On Monday, last Monday, the developer did come forward and pay his total development fees for the entire project. So we have the money in hand and we're having our interest on that. So the short answer is yes, the development's going to go forward. And yes, the town of Arnprior is doing the remediation through our the Community Improvement Program. So that's the positive. The negative was, yes, the development's going forward, but I would hope that county would foresee to join with Arnprior to show that we're going to be leading in getting rid of brownfields in support of housing or whatever other development, that we have an opportunity to say, we can do something for you and not have the no answer. And as well, Warden, if I'd ask for a recorded vote at the end, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And, Bone Shore Valley and then Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden. I think the member from Amiston Bromley probably summed up my thoughts the best. And I think I said this sort of after Finance and Admin. If this was a CIP created here at the county that we voted on, and this was one developer that took advantage of something that we have in writing that we budgeted for, I am certain I would be in favor of this. My concern is that doing them in one-offs creates, number one, some disparity between local tier municipalities. And I will tell you, if this passes, I have no doubt that at least 10 of us will be back here in March with proposals for brownfields in our own municipalities. I know I will. So we did not budget for this. We did not budget for myself or any other person sitting around this chamber to come back. This is precedent setting, and we talk about process and having proper processes in place for things like this. And I think stepping out of that is probably not the best idea at this time. I am not in favor of the brownfield development. I am concerned about the landslide at the County of Renfrew, what that could mean to our budgets, and doing it in silos. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And the member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, just a couple of questions for clarity. In the report, we see the number, it says the county would recoup its $336,593 investment in 4.4 years. The question I have is that number, the 336,000, and I think I'm correct in saying that it's not a one-time payment, that this amount of money will only occur over a 10-year period, and it may not be that much depending on the level of development that takes place. Perhaps somebody could provide some clarity on that.
Mr. Burke, is that something you would take a swing at?
Thank you, Warden. I can give it a swing. I think the number, the $336,000 investment, is projected as over 10 years. The property tax revenue from the property, if this development goes ahead, will exceed the value of the grant by that $300,000. That's what that's trying to say.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary?
So is there an initial funding amount of $336,593 that we need to budget for, or does it just occur over that 10-year period, is what I'm trying to get to here.
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Warden. So no, we would be giving up some of our weighted assessment growth, right? The property as it currently sits is not generating a whole lot of property tax revenue. It's a vacant, contaminated lot. If it is redeveloped, it will generate substantially more property tax revenue, and we would be giving up some of that increased property tax revenue back to the developer over a maximum of 10 years to a maximum cost of 75% of the remediation value, split between the county and Arnprior based on our relative share of property taxes.
Member from McNabb Braeside, please.
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair. So, a couple things. We seem to be justifying this with a logic that we use for any development. Like, and any development is going to have, you know, dividends down the road. I'm stuck on one of the points I heard from my colleague from Greater Madawaska, that more than likely, well, it seems rather apparent that the owner of the property received their discount when they purchased the property, and this seems to be a double dip. If they've already paid a discount for this property, being that it was brownfield, the assumption is that the developer would have to pay for that remediation. I understand that we're interested in promoting development in these brownfields, and I'm not convinced that this incentive is required in order for this property to be developed. And I would agree with my colleague from Greater Madawaska that I got some reservations in spite of the eventual benefits of the county in setting this precedent. And I also have concerns about the lack of a policy on this.
Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do apologize. I'm still trying to get clarity, complete clarity, and probably this is for Mr. Burke. So if I'm to understand this, there is no actual outlay of funds to the proponent, to the potential developer here, that in fact the cost to the treasury of the county of Renfrew would be foregone tax revenue as the assessed value of this property is increasing, perhaps in phases, and as let us suggest for our example, that phase 1 gets completed within 3 years, has substantially increased the assessment, and the county of Renfrew would then benefit from substantially higher tax revenues because of a substantial increase of the assessed value of the property. So there's nothing that we have to budget. This money doesn't exist right now, nor would it exist but for the redevelopment of the property. It still does, of course, hinge on that fulcrum of would this development occur without the participation of the county of Renfrew. But ultimately, and this is in speaking to the comments from Councillor Murphy, that if in fact it is foregone revenue that doesn't currently exist, we don't really have to budget for something that doesn't exist, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Mr. Burke, please.
Through you, Warden, yes, that is correct, right? We are reducing our weighted assessment and returning that to the developer. So you are essentially correct, yeah.
Okay, the member from Arnprior, then Whitewater. Or sorry, from Petawawa, then Whitewater. Sorry.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, just another question for clarity. So it says the estimated cost to remediate the property is $1.495 million. 75% of those eligible costs through this brownfield program will be covered, $1.121 million. Is it the town of Arnprior that is covering that $1.121750 million through their community improvement plan? And is the ask that we here at the county pay a portion of that $1.121 million?
And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. So the town of Arnprior's ask is that we share in that $1.21 million, again, to be dispersed to the developer over 10 years based on the difference between the property tax revenue generated currently versus what would be generated with the redevelopment. The belief that we're only covering 75% of the cost of remediation is that there is a provincial program running for the education property tax component, which should pick up the difference.
Okay, and the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. Excellent. First, thank you, Arm Prior, for bringing it to the table. The discussion has been very valuable, and I don't know if I would have got the depth out of just reading the report, so I appreciate it being presented forward. 2 questions and then a comment, if I can, Warren. The first one is just the budgeting aspect. We're not spending money, just to be clear, but we're foregoing the collection of money. So I think in our long-term finance model, we project a certain weighted growth, 2%, or am I close to 2%? By agreeing to support this, we would be then saying it's not 2%, it's going to be 1.9 or 1.195. So we may not be affecting a budget, but we're affecting the long-term financial planning. And now I forgot my second question.
Should have written them down.
Okay. It's in the parking lot.
I'll remember tonight.
What I would, sorry, I'll skip the second question because I can't remember it. I'm pulling a Adamson Bromley right now.
I think that was bullying.
So when I take a look at the plan, I am really intrigued with it as a program. And in fact, I'm like, wow, have we not thought about this in other aspects? As was mentioned earlier, should we have a policy to this effect? Holy smokes, I think we should. But the next question about having a policy about this is where do we want to do that investment? Now, do we, as a group, have we identified the top 10 sites that need to be developed, must be developed, and we're willing to forego our long-term financial planning in order to ensure that they get developed? Those are the questions that lead to me. So I know it reflects on this specific request, but I don't know if we would have got to that discussion had you not put it forward. So that's what's going through my head right now. I'll remember the question tomorrow. Thank you, Warden.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Bromley and then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So actually, the LTFP calls for 1.5% growth to make it function properly. It's based on our 10-year history and averages. The member from Whitewater would know that if he, was paying attention to his budget reports. In this essence, though, that's a global expectation across the county of Renfrew. And I would suggest that our estimation of a 1.5% target for 2024 is not dependent, or 25 or 26, is going to be dependent on a very specific development in the town of Arnprior. So I think that that's marginal, and I'm still drilling into right now this, if I'm understanding this report, I think the county of Renfrew might be receiving like $5,000 in taxation off of this contaminated property in Arnprior. In foregoing tax revenue as some of the units come on stream and MPAC has done their assessment, et cetera, then we would receive more. And I still say the crux of this is it a sound decision if the proponent is going to do this? I'm more and more inclined to say yes, it is. We are participating because ultimately, and I recognize that this is an entirely imprecise analogy, but as somewhat of an analog, when we're doing major construction projects, like it's a construction loan until it's completed, and then the whole thing comes on. And that's what this is directing, is that in 10 years, that expenditure that this developer has undertaken to rehabilitate these, and it all comes online at that time. Right now, we're getting almost no. From our levy, it's almost a rounding error the taxation that is being generated out of that property in Arnprior. And there is substantial increase as it is being developed. And I think perhaps Mr. Burke can correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm understanding correctly, of the 75% of the 1.1 million, or perhaps the 1.1 million is the 75, is the county's proportion that $330,000 figure? Is that what the $330,000 is meant to signify?
Mr. Burke, please.
Through your Warden, yes, that's correct. So that 1.1 or $1.2 million is 75% of the current estimate of the remediation cost, and that's where we would cap the maximum grant. And then the 330 is the split between us and Arnprior, should this go ahead. And that's why it's imprecise, because that split changes every year as we redo our tax rates.
If I might, just to close that off then, Mr. Warden. So ultimately, we are putting on the table a theoretical $330,000 that never gets spent if it never gets developed, and if it gets developed, we're going to have substantially more tax revenues levied from the County of Renfrew against this substantially increased value property in Arnprior, and we have the redevelopment of a contaminated brownfield, and we have, I think it said 140 residential units. So I had said in my opening remarks, we do not have a policy, and it does make this somewhat difficult. But with all of the discussion that has ensued here, I am once again in support of this.
Okay, so we'll go Boncher Valley, then Mr. Kelly, and then...
Thank you, Warden. Just out of curiosity, our community improvement plan in Bonachere Valley had to be approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So when these come ad hoc, because it sounds like Arnprior seems to have support in the room, when I bring mine back next week, do I have to do anything with the ministry before I bring it back to Development and Property? Because, I mean, if this is the way it's going to go without a policy in place, then I'm just wondering where the ministry stands, because it took us about 4 to 5 months to get our CIP approved by MMAH. Thank you.
And Mr. Kelly, please.
Okay, so I was just conferring with Daniel, just to clarify, I'm not entirely clear yet. In my past life, I've dealt with CIPs before, and it is my belief, and even at the County of Renfrew, that we are not allowed to incentivize anybody without our own CIP here at the County of Renfrew, and we do not have one, and we have not even gone through that consultation yet. Seems to be a bit of a disagreement between Daniel and I. We're still working through that because we understand Arnprior has one. We would have to change our own OP to have basically a general incentive program or a CIP for the entire county before we do this. I still need to get that. So we may be stuck in semantics at this moment, and I'm wondering, and I'm getting emails from my planning staff at the moment saying, hold on, these things have to, they go through it. To Councillor Donohue's point, CIPs rest with the policy rests with someone, and it is usually through planning. It's a child of planning. CIPs are the ability for an upper tier, in our case, to grant a lower tier dollars to incentivize things like brownfields. Now, those things normally come with a caveat. In this case, I would suggest to you, if it's a housing development, then it should include a number of housing units that are affordable or otherwise. And that's usually how CIPs work, or for downtown improvements or big signage or something, and there's it funnels it out. I am not aware of any direct way of providing this assistance, but Daniel's researched this as well. Again, I remain with the belief that we should have our own CIP and at least have that assessed before we incentivize other municipalities to do so, and then come up with a matching formula or some type of formula otherwise. But I'm wondering if we are operating, or you're contemplating operating outside of our own approval authority at this point without our own CIP.
Okay, thank you. And
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure if that really helps you.
Petawawa, and then Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So it sounds like we're at a bit of an impasse here, but I'll still ask my question. There's an underlined portion in the report that says this development will help address the significant shortage of affordable, attainable properties. Is there some kind of guarantee where something like this eventually to go forward, where we could hold the developer accountable to a certain percentage or number of affordable or attainable rent properties within the 140 units?
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Because, again, I'll mention, because we don't have a CIP and can't lay rules down, we can't do that, right? If the town of Arnprior had those rules and they could inflict them, then they would or they could. I'm not aware of their CIP. I haven't read it, to be honest. So I don't know. I think the horse is out of the barn on that one, quite honestly. They've made their grant known, and I'm not sure if they put that caveat into that grant. And Mr. Lynch or Councillor Lynch would be best to answer that.
Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, we made the phone call while with Daniel to our treasurer, and yes, as part of the agreement with them, there will be affordable housing. Now, how many there was, she didn't say, but yes, that was part of our agreement with the developer. Is that right, Daniel? Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. This has been a very fruitful conversation, but if I am understanding, and please confirm, Mr. Kelly, it seems that it ultimately is moot. What I'm hearing is that this is ultra vires. Thanks to the Romans, they came up with some great terms. That ultimately means it is outside of our authority. So if, in fact, the only mechanism whereby the County of Renfrew could participate in this is through our own CIP, then unfortunately the decision does not seem to be within our hands, but it does come all the way back to where I had suggested at the outset, which is perhaps a policy needs to be developed, and at that point, the Council for the County of Renfrew may deem that we do not wish to have a CIP. I acknowledge that. But at the end of this, I am thankful to have a lot better understanding of how this program works. But ultimately, Mr. Kelly, can you confirm if this is outside of the authority in the absence of a county CIP?
Through you, Warden, if I was to provide advice at the moment, I would suggest that we table this motion until we determine that we have all the exact accurate information from my planning staff and from the town of Arnprior planning staff and perhaps some of the financial staff to ensure that it is within our jurisdiction to do so.
Thank you. So the chair would look favorably upon a motion to table. And so we can have that from the member from Arnprior and the member from Amherst Bromley. And as I understand it, that doesn't need to be voted on. Exactly. Okay. Oh, it's not debatable. Okay. So with that, call the vote on all that think this should be tabled. But this supersedes that motion. To table supersedes the motion on the floor, is my understanding. Yeah. Okay, so if with that, all those in favor of tabling? Again, sorry. Okay, that's enough. Okay, thank you. Opposed? Indifferent? Thank you. Sorry, with that, we'll move to new business. Very quickly, we have a survey on the Algonquin Trail on Zen City, and it closes tomorrow. So if you have a few minutes to get on there and take a look at it and offer your opinion, we'd certainly appreciate it, those of us that sit on the Trails Committee. And then next we have, yes, the member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Under the new business, to follow up on the Warden's comment about the Grind's coldest night of the year walk, I want to thank our county team for their participation. They were team captains Sherry Thompson, Tanis Levine, Tanya Riegler, Linda McGill, Cassidy Dashney, April Muldoon, Caitlin Shalo, Rhonda Miller, Marie Quinn LeBlanc, Jessica Mason, Margot Smith, Jennifer Dombrowski, and our director, Andrea Patrick, who did us well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further new business? Seeing none, I would ask for a mover for the confirmatory bylaw, which is bylaw number 3224, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on February 28, 2024. Members from Abbotston Bromley, second by the member from Head Clara Mariah. I'm sorry? Yes, I did. Sorry, I meant McNabb Brayside. My apologies. McNabb Brayside, seconded by Head Clara Mariah. Sorry. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. And a motion to adjourn, please. Laurentian Valley and Madawaska Valley. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. We're adjourned.